'Cause the king is here to come. And I kneel down at my throne. 'Cause the king is here to come.
Welcome everybody to Harrisburg, Pennsylvania for our coverage of Mecum Auctions. It's Saturday. Thank you for joining us for our third and final day of coverage. We've got 6 action-packed hours coming at you. So many cool cars are crossing the block, including this 1979 Trans Am. Only 39 miles. This is a brand new car. Amazing. It was a graduation gift in 1979 and for some reason parked in the garage and never driven. Starlight black, carmine red interior, the orange Firebird decal on the hood. Unbelievable time capsule, and it will be going across the auction block here in Harrisburg today.
When you talk about cool, you talk about this car, the Sinister 71. Take a look, 71 Chevelle Pro Touring convertible with a 454 fuel injected in there. It's got Detroit speed suspension, bare brakes, beautiful forged line wheels, but the paint is really what pops on this car. It's got a beautiful gloss black on the bottom, matte on top. Inside's been totally redone, beautiful interior, but it's really these huge wheels at the back, 20-inch, 11 inches wide on here that really makes this Chevelle pop. It is going to look so good rolling across the block a little bit later.
Well, Rutledge Wood, I've got a car that looks so good on the block right now. It is a 2017 Mercedes-Benz E400 convertible, and we will open it up nearing the $40,000 mark. Bill Stevens.
Let's begin with some luxury and performance. 329 horsepower, 3-liter V6 with a couple of turbochargers hung on there. 7-speed automatic transmission and all the extras, nav, bucket seats. Convertible top is power operated. Beautiful alloy wheels, a car that looks like it's hardly been driven, and that's not too much of an exaggeration. Odometer shows just over 2,500 miles. That car looks, oh my God, as if they just unwrapped it at the dealer. Fast car with that twin turbo V6.
And a high bid on that Mercedes-Benz of $38,000. Well, we're going to see plenty of American-made iron coming up today. Here's the first of many. A 1969 Chevelle Super Sport with a big block.
Well, when the history of muscle cars is finally written, this car should certainly have a prominent place in it. A 69 Chevelle Real SS, Real L Code Super Sport with period correct 396 in it. Choice of 3 396s back in 1969 all the way up to the L78. 375 horsepower version. This one with a Super T10 iron case, 4-speed, practically unbreakable with a Hurst competition shifter. You see the Le Mans blue and the parchment interior. And the Krager SS mags. Like I say, this is a car that belongs in anybody's history of American muscle. Of course, this was the last year now that the 396 was the big dog in the Chevelle. In 1970, we ushered in the 454. We'll talk more about that in just a little while.
47?
Yes, we will. That and much more. Consigners up in the upper left-hand corner, and with them Clint Hunter, our consigner ambassador today, along with Kirk Delzell.
If we can get it into the 50s, I think they may sell the car. They're kind of sticking to their guns right now.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate y'all.
Yes, $48,000 will be not quite what they were looking for. And so another candidate at the bid goes on. Tell you what, this Chevy, it's actually a quartet of Chevrolets we have coming up here. This C10 would be a good stablemate for that Chevelle. They're both from 1969.
Yeah, and both presented very nicely. This one, two-wheel drive, the LSV8 there, you see it with a cold air downpipe. Automatic transmission, and like a lot of these trucks from this era, we're going to see power steering and brakes. AC is in there along with the bench seat interior with a houndstooth pattern. Sweet. Has a tilt steering column in that truck as well. And what do you know, another aluminum radiator. Stop me if you've heard it before, but what a sensible upgrade for a lot of these builds to keep these engines from overcooking in the hot weather.
And this one appears to be at the factory suspension height. They didn't seem to mess with it, but still upgraded the wheels.
Yep.
That's a nice setup right there.
Yep.
Fantastic.
US Mags, good choice.
$31,000 the high bid. Let's take a look at a Bel Air that we don't see that often. This is a 59 Bel Air, and Bill, I know you're interested in what's driving this car.
This is a real gumbo, I'll tell you. It is a 59 Chevy Bel Air, but hark, that's a 396, which did not come along in 1959, as we all know. 1965, it debuted in the Corvette, but there it is, a 396, and it's dated from 1965, the debut year. They added a fortified steel crankshaft in there with a big 685 CFM double pumper Hawley carburetor. A lot of speed equipment here, and they threw that engine on a dyno before they dropped it in the car, and it came up to 435 horsepower. But wait, it has the original 3-speed manual transmission. I would go rather gingerly with that 396 with the original 3-speed in there, but some other speed equipment as well. We have not often seen a 59 Chevy Bel Air done up like this.
Exactly. I knew you'd be all over it.
Yeah.
Was that the 3-speed on the column? It looked like it.
Yes.
Wow, it's a lot of power for a column shift,
435 horse.
That's why he said. That's why he said gingerly.
Oh, go
Absolutely.
easy, Captain. Whoa.
And a high bid on that Bel Air of $25,000. Here's another Bel Air from 1956. Let's see what kind of recipe they followed on this car.
Have you ever seen how many Chevrolet Bel Airs Chevy built in 1956? Probably haven't ever seen that.
Like,
number.
you mean the production numbers?
Yeah, how many?
Oh, dear.
It's mind-boggling.
Hundreds of thousands.
447,000 were built. And that's less than 55. 55,
Right.
They sold even more. Yeah, this one has got the correct 265 V8 in it, which debuted in 55 with a Power Glide transmission. So this is a lot milder than the 59 that we just saw, for sure. And it's crocus yellow and onyx black. That's that striking color scheme that you see right there.
I thought you were going to say this is one of only 447,000 built.
Talk about rarity.
1956. And what a striking color combination.
Yeah, can't get over that.
That 56 really is such a standout. The 55 a little more plain. The 57 kind of over the top in a lot of ways. That 56 is really right in between the two. That one's so clean.
So true, right? When you think about the progression from 55, 6, and 7 each year, there was a little bit more blend. Think of the 57 with the hood rockets, and the Bel Airs had that trim on the quarter panels.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So I'm at your 35.5.
Yeah, they're in the neighborhood. This would not be an unreasonable sale at $37,000, $38,000.
Right.
It wouldn't be the same. So whatever would be at 35.
Yeah, they're just trying to iron out a few little minor details, but that's going to sell. And actually 2 bidders on the internet now with Megan.
You know, when you build over 400,000 of a particular automobile, even this many years after it was built, you're going to find a bunch of them still around. Some of them original, hot-rodded race cars.
Everything.
You know, you've got a very generous supply of them.
And that's one of the reasons why it's okay to do almost anything to those cars, because there are so many out there. If you had a super rare car, you wouldn't want to mess with it necessarily because of the rarity.
Yep.
Here is a 69 Roadrunner.
383 right there. Boy, you had your choice of engines in 1969 when you want Roadrunner shopping. Holy moly, that's the 335 horse 383. They had the 440 Magnum 4-barrel. They had the 390 with the tri-power, 390 horse 440. And of course a Hemi. This one with the smallest engine you could get, which sounds kind of funny, a 383, 335. This is a 4-speed car. Front disc brakes with some power steering and the style road wheels with the ever-present BF Goodrich TA radials wrapped around them. Motor Trend's Car of the Year in 1969. That was quite a period for Motor Trend's Car of the Year because it shows you how much influence the muscle car era had. In 68 it was the GTO, and then in 1970 it was the Ford Torino.
Exactly.
I really like the hood on that one, how it has that kind of almost like a reverse stripe, the way it has the big red through the middle, the bigger black stripes on the side there. Beautiful ride, guys.
Yeah.
High bid on that Roadrunner, $50,000. We are just underway. We're going to give you a hint a little bit more about what is coming up today here in Harrisburg. We will do that after a quick timeout. Stay with us.
This ain't the problem you want, yeah, it's whatever you want. You see that Benz ride slow, that's me on the hunt. You can tell them boys you roll with whatever you want, but you know, and I know, this ain't the problem you want.
Coming up a bit later in our telecast today from Harrisburg, this gorgeous 1969 GTO Judge, a 400 under the hood, 4-speed manual, that's carousel red, of course, and a multiple award-winning car, a multiple magazine feature car. That plus this award winner from 1966, another GTO convertible, this time 360 horse 389, another 4-speed in Montero red with parchment interior, and thank you for putting the top down on that GTO. Well, Bill Stevens, as the great Oscar Hammerstein once wrote, these are a few of my favorite things, and we have a lot of those coming up today. In addition to those 2 GTOs, 7 other ones, so we'll have a lot of them. A couple of Porsches that might ring the bell for big bucks, including one that Chris is going to talk about here in a little bit, and that triple white 68 GTX. We could go on and on. It's going to be a good lineup today.
Yeah, and I never heard a Mary Poppins reference on any of our commentary before. Well done. Well, you know, yesterday, I didn't think we could get any more people into this building, and yet today we have even more hamburgers and Harrisburgers here. In fact, we're watching the grandstands fill up in the back. It's going to be quite a day here.
It always is, and these folks are so enthusiastic for good reason. Terrific cars. And you kind of touched on the LS6 El Camino that we have coming up. Tell me a little bit more about it.
Well, rarity is scarcity, as I like to say, and this one, yeah, 4,000 El Caminos built in 1970, only 500 with the LS6. That engine, that is the 454 cubic inch, 450 horsepower, big block with that rock-crushing Muncie M22 4-speed transmission, 12-bolt rear end with 331 positive traction gears. More rarity, the LS6 registry says this is the only known example produced without stripes and the cowl induction hood. Just an incredibly rare El Camino, and wait till you see where the bidding goes when this one hits the block later today.
Oh, well, speaking of anticipating big bidding, let's check in with Chris Jacobs on one of the 2 Porsche turbo machines that we have here in the building today.
Yeah, Scott, that other one you mentioned, I showed you yesterday towards the end of coverage, that was an 88 Cabriolet. Well, fast forward 4 years, this is the 1992 new version. This is the 960 the 964 version of the 930. This one has the same displacement, 3.3-liter turbo. However, this one has been upgraded to the 5-speed G50 transmission, backing it up. And look at these wheels. These are speed lines off of a later version of the turbo, the 3.6-liter version. However, if you like the stock chrome turbo wheels that came with the 92, well, the winning bidder gets those as well. So bonus, an extra set of wheels. Sunroof car, done up in black over this champagne interior. There you see the manual transmission, and coming around to the back, we see the whale tail, and there she is, the 3.3-liter. Man, I love this 964 version of the turbo. Anytime you put Porsche and turbo together, you definitely get my attention. You get Scott Hoke's attention. You're going to get the attention of a lot of people in the room when it goes across the block later today.
No question, Chris. Thank you, brother, for giving us a sneak peek on that one. And that is potential top seller material today in Harrisburg. We shall see when all the dust settles in about 5.5 hours. All right, on the auction block right now, we have this 2003 Silverado, a 2500 HD pickup.
Oh, it's a big boy truck right here with the big 8.1-liter Vortec engine with 340 horsepower. Odometer reads 8,560 miles, so a lot of work dead ahead for this truck. Has an automatic and the four-wheel drive, and all the things that the modern era pickup trucks seem to have now because people want them. Air conditioning, dual climate control, the power windows and steering and brakes, and those are the factory alloy wheels that you see there on that truck, and it sells.
All right, mark it up, put it in the book. 1991 Land Rover Defender 110.
Comprehensive professional restoration. The guys out at HHH Heritage LLC of Kenosha, Wisconsin, well known in the Land Rover community, did the restoration, and only 6,000 miles since that was completed. They invested over $150,000 in the restoration, and they retrofitted the engine. This is a 2.5-liter 300 turbo diesel, inline 4, and it sounds impressive, but the engine probably makes around 85, 90 horsepower. 4-speed automatic. It colors the Land Rover green, has the contrasting white roof, and lots of extras, including a high-end premium Kenwood sound system.
And that was kind of interesting. It has more of like a troop carrier sort of a length to it, but instead of the long benches on the side, it had 2 additional bucket seats in that second row.
Troop carrier. That kind of gives it a real sort of manly sound.
Right? And that you don't see them automatic very much, too. That one's a cool
that's right.
Ride. But it goes on that one, Scott.
Yes, 60. Well, they've
Still working
opened it back up again.
Yeah. Oh, it happens so fast.
It does. And sometimes without warning.
I also like it would be really hard to see, but behind the passenger seat in the driver's side, there's actually a little dog bed back there. So it's a dog lover. Can't beat that.
Strappington.
70 grand.
Right? Is that the name of the dog that I'm going to...
Oh, like Sappington the chauffeur.
Sappington.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Strappington.
Well, I'm not surprised they have a dog bed. That is a Land Rover. I hope I don't have to explain that to everyone.
No.
You know, the interesting thing is so many of these are coming in now as imports in the 110 style. A ton of them end up being right-hand drive. This one is a left-hand drive and an automatic. Really opens it up to the people that could drive them, because typically they are manual and incredibly slow.
Here is one for you. And if you choose to accept this assignment, good on you. But there's another one of these that came. It is a right-hand drive. It is here, coming up later today, and it came over from England. So
Love the
there you
variety.
go.
75 on that 67.5. That's the same thing. If we get 75, would you sell it?
Yes.
Well, then you would net 67.5, and that's the same thing.
All right.
So we're good. Right?
Yeah, good.
Okay.
Well, another $5,000 since Rutledge closed the bidding.
Hey, that one sells 72 grand. All right, we move on to a 1954 Chevy Handyman Custom.
Oh, these are cool. These are, anytime we see the handymans come through, or maybe the sedan deliveries, those little trucks, all hot rodded like this. Oh, lots of motor there. It's a 454 big block with an automatic behind it. And look at the detail on this old Chevy. Beautiful aftermarket wheels, chromed with the black with the contrasting wood trim inside and outside, leather seats. And a show-worthy presentation all the way.
There's even a picnic basket that comes with it in the back.
Yeah.
Grab the whole
for a
family.
picnic. Yeah, just need a dog bed now and head for the beach.
I presume that's real Rutledge wood, or is it painted on?
That's painted, it appears.
Oh, it
Scott.
is? Okay.
But a beautiful job. They did nice work with it.
It is convincing.
And this was what was so cool about this. You know, the back window pops up, and then the tailgate folds down. So really versatile in what you can do with these.
All right, no reserve takes care of it at $26,000. 1971 Corvette is next here.
Yeah, when we see these 71s come through in this kind of condition, we usually go a little bit above market correct, and already we're in the mid-20s.
Look at that.
Yeah, this has got the base engine. That's the 350 270 horse engine, and it's teamed up with the automatic transmission. By 1971, of course, that was the turbo automatic. Power steering and AM/FM radio. You see the rally wheels we just saw, and there's the interior in the saddle color. And it's that's ready for Bloomington Gold.
I was going to say that is as clean as a whistle.
Yeah, very nice. Upper 20s now.
How do you like that color combination? War bonnet yellow and saddle.
Talk about that. Such a classic Corvette color.
Reserve off now at $29,000.
Yeah, base engine automatic 71.
We got it, sir.
It's a low
One
20s,
bid and we're in.
maybe
There we go.
mid-20s car.
Cool. We'll
This
get
is
you all
so
set up.
exceptional.
But obviously,
it
you know,
deserves a higher price.
Not today, $29,000. Well, we told you we'd have some custom cars coming up. Hot rods as well. And here's a little 32 Ford Custom.
Oh, boy. Boy, this takes me back to the El Mirage speed trials they used to have. Long before they started organized drag racing at drag strips, this is what people were building for those top speed runs. And I tell you, this one is not a period built car, but it could fool anybody. 450 horsepower, Ford 6.8 liter V8 with a 4-speed automatic transmission. That's also Ford source. So this is a true Ford build with a 32 Ford Roadster high boy setup. And that's about as subdued a wheel treatment, I think, as we've ever seen.
Yeah, it's really interesting because the wheels are done completely in black. The frame matches the exterior paint of the car. Really, they just use that kind of a battleshipy gray, and then the black. Those are the only two colors anywhere on the car. It's a really nicely done ride.
Yeah, exactly right. You know, you go back to the dry lakes back in the late 40s and early 50s. People were spending money on performance, not cosmetics. You didn't see the real flashy paint and the fancy wheels.
It was all about going fast.
That's all. And yeah, you were trolling junkyards for a lot of that stuff because the speed equipment industry was just getting underway.
All right, that one sells 30 grand. A frame-off restoration on a 78 Ford F100 Ranger Lariat.
And it looks it. Wow, boy. Power comes from a 351, and that's the M351 rated at 156 horsepower with an automatic transmission, and metallic blue and white, can't beat that. You see underneath the hood there, that really hasn't received total detailing, but it's all straight and original. It's got AC and a tilt steering column as well. As I mentioned earlier, you're seeing these trucks now coming through with those power accessories people want. We've got some documentation from Kevin Marty, the original invoice and paperwork as well. And I would love to see somebody buy this truck because a lot of work went into this restoration.
That bright work up close is beautiful.
Yes.
It's really, they put a lot of attention to detail on making sure those bed cleats on the side there are used to essentially as a tie down.
Yep.
Those are all perfectly done, super clean.
Boy, all that trim, the chrome stainless, as shiny as the chrome wheels. They all speak to each other.
Those bed cleats are, by the way, the high bid $35,000. Rutledge, those bed cleats are you don't want to mess around because if they're out of line or crooked, that will eat at you for
Absolutely.
days upon end.
You see it all the time. It's those little details. They're nailing it on that truck.
Okay, moving on to a 66 GTO now. We warned you we were going to have plenty of them, and this is no exception. 400 cube with Bill Stevens.
Tri-power.
Bingo.
However, I know what you're saying. You're saying, Bill, that's a 66 GTO with a 400 in it. Wait a minute. That didn't come along until 67. Well, you would be right. We've had an engine swap here, but that's a real Pontiac Tri-Power setup there, and we're talking 360 horsepower with the Muncie 4-speed and a 355 short whip rear end. The undercarriage was stripped and painted black, so you can just picture what that looks like. And it sells. That didn't take long.
Nope, $52,000. All of that stuff you mentioned definitely within the GTO rulebook in 1966. Good-looking car, too. We'll be back in a moment.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Pennsylvania Farm Show Complex for our coverage of Mecum Auctions. And we're just getting rolling. And this lot right here makes my 1970 loving heart very happy. Super B done up in B5 blue. That is bright blue metallic. Now, under the hood, this has been upgraded to a 440. And why do I say upgraded? Well, it's originally an N-code car. That would have been a 383 high-performance motor from the factory. Now, check this intake here. That's N96 Ram Charger. If it was a Plymouth, it would be known as an Air Grabber. Same setup, just different name. Blue Steelies with the Fratzog poverty caps. Check out this interior, too. The blue interior with the blue horn button, wood grain steering wheel, wood grain console. What a fantastic car. Just another example of why, in my opinion, 1970 is the pinnacle of muscle car in Detroit. The goodness they were putting out, unmatched that year. What a cool car. This is going to be going across the block later this afternoon. Stick around for it. Scott?
Right on, Chris. Thank you. On the auction block now, it might be Corvette o'clock, Bill Stevens.
Might be.
We will synchronize our watches here, and first of all, tell you about a 1981 Corvette that is selling at no reserve. All of them are selling at no reserve, by the way.
There you see that base engine. That's the 190 horsepower 350. This one has a 4-speed manual transmission, and I emphasize that because 1981, yeah, this will be the last year you get a 4-speed in the C3 Corvette as that generation was winding down. This is autumn red and dark claret, the exterior color with the red interior. Power steering and brakes and factory air, which just about all the Corvettes had toward the end of the C3 generation. Tilt telescopic steering column and those tinted T-tops.
Can I just mention how proud I am of you?
Again?
Yeah.
Now what?
Well, you got through that 190 horsepower mention without going into convulsions.
Yeah, without choking up a little bit.
You don't let it go for this one bid. Another
Guys,
grand.
what a cool color scheme on this one. This was not one that I think was
I got you.
super
So you want
prevalent.
to bid on
I've
this
not
silver
seen
car?
many of these, but
I'm
with
very
those
sorry.
factory wheels, it really just sets that car off perfectly.
Yeah, we're going for appearance during this part of the C3 generation. So, yep, they had to bling up the exterior of these
Hey, you know
Corvettes.
what? That 78 two-tone pace car edition kind of gave them a little experience with that, and they liked it.
Pace car Silver Anniversary Edition as well. Yeah.
Right. All right, 24,000 buys that 81 Corvette. Here's one from the very next year, 1982.
Okay, I'll try not to get choked up on this one. 200 horse 350. So
that's better than
a
190.
little better than what we just had, yeah. So there's only one engine available in 1982, so you didn't have a lot of choice there. And we only had one transmission as well, the automatic. And the power steering, brakes, and air conditioning as well. Pretty much trimmed out and optioned out like that previous Corvette. And not extremely expensive automobiles.
Very original car here, too.
All the way, you know. It's only got a little over 24,000 miles on the odometer.
All right, Joe. Well, I appreciate your time. I got to get on the next call, okay?
No Corvette in 1983, 84. We went to the C4 generation. And I often remember how that C3 generation went through such a change from 1968 with all the engine and options that you had to choose from to 1982. Well, the world had changed.
Boy, did it ever. All right, $22,000 buys that 82 Corvette. We continue with Corvette o'clock, a Z06 from 08 now.
Oh, this is coochie. Ooh. That is the optional extra cost atomic orange exterior, a black interior, and engine-wise, that's that 427, new generation 427, the LS7 with 505 horsepower that debuted in the Corvette the year before in 06. This with a 6-speed manual and one of 516 Z06s, I might add, painted in this color. A sumptuous leather interior, head-up display, and those chrome wheels. Ooh, people should definitely jump on this C6 Corvette. Yow.
I know you've been waiting for me to say this, but this is the Corvette that I once owned. I had a C6 Z06 in atomic orange.
You didn't.
It was so much fun. That was a great 3 months. I tell you what.
It's first of all, it's amazing that you own cars like this, but it's more amazing that you don't still have them.
It was so fun. Only thing I did to it was put a MagnaFlow exhaust on it. I got it from my friend Kevin in Chicago. It was such an absolute ripper. All my friends were like, hey, can I borrow that? And I was like, okay, but just if you scratch it, don't bring it back. Like, it's either coming back on a wrecker or it comes back pristine. Those are my 2 rules.
You did have it halfway home. You didn't give me 44?
Sort of messed up. You
Living on the edge.
Or it's perfect. It was such a fun car.
Oh, boy.
44 known it, sir.
Well, anytime you got Z06 as a suffix on a Corvette, that's a track car. You literally can take it to a track day. Maybe put different rubber on it, but it's got everything it needs.
Each one of my friends that borrowed this was so surprised
Thank you, sir.
at just
Thank
how
you.
much power that car puts down on the street. And they were all like, dude, why do you have that?
Yeah.
Why not?
Hey, it sells here for $43,000. And you mentioned that atomic orange being an extra cost. Only was $300 in 2006. Good deal there. Here's another Z06 from a few years before, 2001, and the previous generation as well.
Yeah, down a little bit on power here, only 385, but in 2001, this was the hottest Corvette that you could get. This one in torch red. Odometer, whoa, this is just a puppy. 2,400 miles plus. 6-speed manual. Of course, those Z06s, the manual transmission, almost mandatory for what the car's purpose is.
Sure.
And a few other options like the FE4 suspension and the titanium exhaust. But you could not get a convertible in the Z06 at this period in time. That didn't come in until the C7 generation. Actually, these were all fixed roof cars. They wanted that structural rigidity.
Yeah, asking
Bill,
31.
are you surprised at the bidding on this no reserve Z06 right now? I'm a little surprised that it's not
Go one more.
a little hotter,
I know.
hotly contested.
Especially with the mileage on there.
Yeah. $2,000-mile car. Here we go. Yeah, congratulations.
There you go.
Thank you.
$30,500.
Sold.
File that under well bought. That's a lot of car for that price.
With that mileage too.
Yeah, still a ripper. I think the thing that I loved most about this Z06 was those wheels really put it in sort of a different era of the Corvettes. It was kind of a tough, it wasn't like the prettiest wheel to ever use, but you knew this was going to get to the track, cool the brakes down, and just be an absolute blast.
Yeah, a lot of ventilation there, yeah.
1970 Plymouth Cuda time. Chris Jacobs, we've got a V-code Cuda on the block now.
Scott, how do you like your martini? With a lemon twist? That's that beautiful high-impact color right there. Now, yes, this is a factory V-code car. However, the consignment sheet indicates that the block is probably not numbers matching. I should say it doesn't indicate that it's numbers matching.
Okay,
so
fair.
I assume that it is a date-correct V-code 440 plus the 6 under the hood. Regardless, it is the proper drivetrain for this car. It's backed up by that 727 3-speed automatic transmission, and man, does this car look perfect. I love it. You don't need to modify these cars at all, even down to the wheels. Those stock rallies look so good on this car. They really nailed it in 1970 with this body style. First year for this body style.
Yeah, and people that have been in Mopars all their lives will tell you they prefer that 6-barrel car to a Hemi if they're going to be driving it, yeah, pretty regularly, just because it's low maintenance.
All right, we'll leave it just shy of 100,000, maybe.
Yeah, that's a high option car. I would guess it'd be 6 figures to see that get sold.
Now that price there, Bill, that it went to makes me think that maybe it is numbers matching, but I would think that that would be designated on the consignment sheet if it were.
You know what? It says factory V-code 440
car
on the description. Yes,
car. Yes,
that's true.
Right.
So they're
have to do a little bit more research about that.
There you go. Okay, now to an 87 Buick Grand National.
It may be masquerading as a GNX because of those wheels. Those are off a GNX, but this is an 87 Grand National, which is quintessentially the pinnacle year for this car, the last year for the Grand National. And of course, we all know fastest production U.S. car in 1987. And it's become so valuable. I mean, look at this price, 37. 10 years ago, you could get these for about 16, 17 grand. So kudos to you if you had one and hung on to it. Unlike me, I wish that I had hung on to my Grand National. I wouldn't sell it, by the way. I love this car so much. It's almost good to be a daily driver.
Yeah, there's a whole mumbo jumbo between the 1986 and 87 Grand Nationals. You mentioned the GNX. All the GNXs were built from 86 Grand Nationals, not 87s. And these 87 Grand Nationals had slightly more horsepower, although the internals of the engine are identical. And a lot of people in the Buick community think that there's a different chip in the 87 for emissions or something. And anyway, the horsepower between the 86 and 87, factory rated about a 10 horsepower difference.
Yeah, that 3.8 liter sequential fuel injection V6 turbo. And, you know, I think it's maybe just a little bit of snobbery that people want the 87s more than the 86 just because they were the last year. And as soon as you say 87 Grand National, you know, people are like, oh, that's the one.
Yeah.
You know? But I agree with you. 86s are just as nice.
Yeah, indeed. Now you want to talk about appreciation. What does a GNX, an original one, go for these days?
Yeah, right. I mean, pushing the 200 mark on those all day long.
Only 547 of those were turned out back in 87.
I'm wondering what became of the one of 547 that these wheels came off of.
What's another 1,000, another 2,000? Man of your stature.
45 is the current bid. That's going to end up being the sale price as well. Okay, so we will move from the black Grand National to the black 1970 GTO.
Freshly rebuilt 400 cube engine and less than, well, 2,000 plus miles since everything was done underneath that hood. Take a look at it right there. 4-speed manual, has the Hurst shifter in it. Power accessories everywhere, the tan interior. Here you see those Rally 2 wheels. Pretty original, pretty stock-looking 70 GTO. And worth some serious money. We're at 50, and between here and 60, if we can get a little higher, I think we'll see somebody buy this.
You may be right.
Yep.
Boy, that's pristine, isn't it?
It sure is. That Ram Air 400.
Reserves off. There you go, Bill.
Yes, sir.
Bill.
One time, 3.
All right.
Thank you, Bill. Thank you.
Somewhere between 50 and 60. Bingo. 52 buys that GTO.
Oh, I wish the top was down. But
that's okay. It's a good looking top.
yeah,
That's
nice profile.
Hope you're having a good Saturday as you join us on ESPN Plus, where you may be watching from today. And really glad to remind you that National Parts Depot is part of our telecast again in 2025. They've been with us for a number of years, but they've been around for nearly 50 years. And right now it's time for our NPD preview. For that, we send it over to Chris.
Oh man, Scott, there are so many great cars here, and this has got to be close to the top. 1969 Camaro Z28. Check this out under the hood. This car has been so comprehensively restored. It's down to its overspray and the chalk marks that as if it came directly from the factory. That is the numbers matching 302 under the hood, backed up by the Muncie 4-speed manual transmission. Dark blue exterior over a blue interior. This car is absolutely flawless. Man, a lot of eyeballs on this car, people walking around checking it out. It's going to get a lot of attention when it goes across the block also. And Bill, I know that there are a lot of Camaro owners out there right now paying attention to our coverage of this car. How can people build one to this extent, or maybe just improve the one they have in their garage?
Step one would be that book right there, the NPD catalog, Chris. And hard to find parts always can really put the kibosh on a restoration, and that will be the solution for you right there. And that, boy, that Z28 you just picked out, probably the best one we have in the building this week.
And that is our NPD preview. For more, you can check out nationalpartsdepot.com or npdlink.com. How about this 1964 F100 custom pickup? Bidding coming up on 60 grand here, Bill.
This is the definitive description of a resto mod, a complete comprehensive rotisserie restoration with modifications, a multiple best of show winner, including best paint, 2024 F100 Super Nationals in Tennessee. That's impressive. It's got 5-liter Coyote power with a 6R80 automatic transmission and tons of labor. They took a Crown Victoria front suspension with coilovers, modified that. The 8.8-inch limited slip Ford rear differential with 355 gears. Oh my, so many other things. Dakota digital gauges. They've got aftermarket AC in there. Electric power steering. Hour after hour of effort into that build.
That paint looks great. You know, black can be really unforgiving, especially on something that led a life of hard work. That's a gorgeous truck.
Hey, if you've ever known a tailor or a seamstress, they'll tell you the most difficult thing to make is a plain black dress. And that is sort of translated into the automotive paint world.
Okay, 2002 Ferrari 360 Spider. Oh my goodness, Bill, hold me back on the color combination on this car.
Scott, these cars that look like they've hardly been driven is ridiculous. This one, 400 horsepower V8, the 3.6 liter Ferrari in-house built engine, F1 automated manual gearbox with paddle shifters, and just a look that belies the fact that this car is 23 years old.
these have really come down a lot in price and been able to be achievable by a lot more people. This one's a pretty solid setup. It definitely needs a headlight restoration. It looks like it's kind of deteriorating from the inside, but that's a pretty easy one. You'd remove them, clean them out. You can even upgrade the headlights using something like the retrofit source. You can put a more modern LED projector in there, see a lot better at night.
Yep.
Man, that's going to make somebody real happy.
And I got to tell you, that blue is blue, B-L-U, blue Tour de France.
Hey,
which, by the way, is getting ready for the final stage tomorrow in Paris.
And I believe that's French, Bill, for Tour of France.
Tour of France.
I think that's right. Is that the?
Wow.
I know.
Bilingual Rutledge.
Oui.
You're welcome.
Hey, doesn't that little guy on TV that cuts the rowboat in half, doesn't he have something that will restore headlights too? Phil Swift, whatever the heck.
I just want you to know, I've seen that boat with the screen door on the bottom.
58.
And then filled in. It's
same theory. I don't know if it's the same guy or not.
May not be the same guy.
The guy that cuts.
Well, it's funny. I went and checked them out. A lot of these headlights, it's usually the plastic coating on the outside that's deteriorating. For this one, it's actually on the inside of that plastic lens. Hence why you'd really want to clean them up. But that's honestly the only thing this really needs to put it back on top.
$58,000, and man, it looks like, I was going to say, they've got to be close. And the reserve does come off.
Going to move 59 down this road. I'm going to move 59. On the car off the walk right, 59. Where in the heck has he been? $60,000. 59 bid, 60. 60,000 a bit. You've owned it the longest. Give 60,000. I'm not going to give that much time. 60,000 a bit. 59, 16,000 a bit. You want to get 16? 16,000 a bit. I'm going to take your partner.
Tadej Pogacar, by the way, getting ready to win his 4th Tour de France tomorrow.
Impressive. Anytime someone gets near him, he just pedals faster.
Yeah.
It's incredible. Really is.
No, he's really good.
He's going to be in a commercial and going to cut his bike in half and use the Flex Seal to put it back together again.
Well, on the left of your screen, the Expo Center, that's our home this weekend. And the scene of all kinds of good action on the auction block as we return you to that very block here on ESPN Plus with our live coverage. Scott Hoke, Bill Stevens, Chris Jacobs, Rutledge Wood, and this beautiful 69 Mustang.
Oh, this is a muscle man right here. Looks can be deceiving. This has the 428 Cobra Jet, 335 horsepower, shaker hood engine, and one of only 62 Mustang coupes with that powertrain, not the Fastback. Notice the formal roof line. Yeah, C6 automatic transmission. And, only one of 127 with a competition suspension. Well, that's a unique Cobra Jet Mustang.
Got to be a little stronger in the money category to take that one home today. So 1968 GMC pickup will come up right behind it.
How about this for a masquerade party? This is a GMC dressed to look like a Chevy. Oh, that's kind of thinking outside the box a little bit.
Yeah.
350 V8 with a 4-speed manual transmission. The color sunburst orange metallic. Power steering and disc brakes. Tilt column. Wood steering wheel. And what do we have for wheels there? Those look like slotted mag wheels. Deep dish slotted mags. Yep, there you go. Transfer case there next to the 4-speed shifter. Excellent condition.
It's noon here in Harrisburg. You just said deep dish, and I'm hungry now all of a sudden.
Oh.
Those are Mickey Thompson wheels, I think. They've got at least the rears have Mickey Thompson center caps on them.
Yeah, front's got the locking hubs there, so that would make sense
okay.
if those all set up and match there. It's funny, these trucks are so different to me when you see the fleet side versus the step side. But this truck was really nicely done.
I like the step side. Kind of gives it an hourglass figure, I guess you might say.
Well, the high bid on it, $40,000. And here we go next with 1972 Chevelle.
Restored all the way through, has a 350 and an automatic transmission, turbo automatic, Mulsanne blue metallic. Let's take a look at that engine. 350 right there. Not a lot of bright work, open element air cleaner and the aftermarket valve covers on it. But the wheels, oh yeah, those are the American Racing Torque Thrust Ds, and there's the inside with a bench seat, column shifter, accessory gauges under the dash. I'm guessing maybe oil pressure and temperature. And radial TAs.
I think what I like so much about this car, guys, is the tire and wheel package here is still really subtle, but the tires are big enough to really fill up the wheel wells. As you see it rolling towards our jib camera, it's just got a great setup, and it's not lowered. The thing's not on the ground, doesn't have too big a wheel, too small. It's kind of just right.
Yeah, sitting a little bit higher in the back, but you're right. Excuse me, there's not a lot of modifications done to the running gear under there.
No, and that rake, that car should have just a little bit of rake, I think.
Little attitude there.
Well, the attitude when it hammered was quite good for the new owners. They were over the moon with that, $40,000. Cobra replica time here, Bill, from 1965.
Yep. Stroker engine, 347. With a Cobra engine dress-up kit. We'll get a closer look at that in a minute. Look at the hood, though. Have never seen that on a Cobra replica. Those have got to be the Ice Cube trays from a 69 Camaro.
Exactly my thought, too.
Yeah.
That's kind of out there.
And they mounted them on there, and I can't. It looks like they're vented. Are they vented, or is that the light reflecting off?
Well, I think they're vented. But I was looking at the same thing you were.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're vented.
Yeah. I think you're right. Look at that. Never would have expected to see that, huh? Interesting wheel treatment on this. Those are aftermarket side exhausts, not true to the original Cobra side exhaust. And that looks like the wheelbase has been stretched a little bit, which you see on some of these Cobra replicas, to give you more room on the interior. The foot boxes are a little longer for people like Scott Hoke to be able to fit in there a little easier.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. Cobra replicas, man, we get so many here. They are still very popular out there in the automotive community. Sometimes you'll go to a car show or cruise night or whatever, you'll see a bunch of them. People are still doing them.
Get a load of this 1965 Chevy 2 Nova.
Ooh. This is a sharp one, Bill.
I'm in love.
Oh, and we like the engine in this. Stroker 383. That's a 350 with a 400 cranks. Got that. Guess what kind of injection system, Rutledge?
Tell me.
Holly Sniper.
Oh, so good, so easy to tune, and the cam on this thing sounds amazing when it was pulling up to the block.
Yeah, it does.
Also has that TMI sport interior there. You can see the Pro R seats in it. Makes it so comfortable, really changes the dynamics of the car so much, Bill. Rough Rider chrome wheels. This one's not insane, but it's just really well done. The paint looks great on there. The wheel and tire setup might be a little flashy for some, but I actually think it really works on this ride.
Not too flashy. That's the whole idea. Some other pieces we're so familiar with. The I Did It tilt steering column, Dakota Digital Series gauges.
Good luck, guys.
Adjustable coilovers underneath, silver powder coating. Just extra steps they took on this build, and it shows. Positive traction, 10-bolt rear end too. Power.
That's all we got.
Aluminum radiator.
End of the rope. I don't think he's going to come back yet. They're going to work on it. Frank's going to help out with this.
Come on, sell the man the car.
Stand over there.
55.
Yeah. Okay, they got it taken care of.
Get ready.
Frank's got a smile on his face,
sure
so everybody's going to be happy.
Yep.
Yeah! What do we say?
$57,000 for that
beautiful
beautiful 65 Chevy.
No boy, another bargain at Mecum.
All right, let us take a look at the next vehicle up on the auction block here, Bill, and kind of dive into this one.
It's a hot one, fellas.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, it's a ZL1, a Hennessy Camaro ZL1 from 2022.
Yeah. You gotta love a Camaro that'll eat its young.
Yes. They call this I guess they call it the Exorcist Edition.
Yeah,
or-
that's right. It's a Hennessy. John
Okay.
Hennessy, there's a guy that should be chained up somewhere. I mean that in the
I think
nicest.
we should put his face on Rushmore.
Yeah, I'm with you. He has never built a wimp, and this is certainly not wimpy. Number 5 of the 30 Exorcist Camaros that were built, 1,000 horsepower, supercharged 6.2. Oh, they can hear that engine next door. What a beast. And it's got the LED backlighting underneath there. And, oh, geez. Where do I begin?
Well, the high bid ends up being $90,000, so it's still for sale. If you are
brave enough.
Yeah, brave enough and in that mindset, bid goes on. When we come back in a little while, we will check into a 1968 Shelby GT350. Look at that in sunlit gold.
This is a 1969 Lamborghini Miura P400S, finished in the incredible Verde Miura green, kind of a pistachio. It's got the blue interior, and right back here, what makes this car so special is the trans-mounted V12 that puts out 370 horsepower, which made this car the first mid-engine two-seat sports car in the world. That gated 5-speed shifter really makes this car sing, and it's all about the combination. They were so thoughtful and intentional about how air moved in and around the car. Right here, hidden in the louvers, is in fact your door handle to get in. I mean, everything about this car really shows the one thing that Lamborghini has always been true to. It's long, it's low, it's fast, it's over-the-top color combinations that make these things so special, and truly, the way they move the air around the car to use it to make the most power they can, this car is special. And it's gonna make somebody really happy when it crosses the block at Mecum, Monterey, August 2025.
Well, that auction is about 3 weeks away, and the car that put Lamborghini on the supercar map will be part of it. A Lamborghini here in the building is getting ready to cross the block momentarily. It's an 06 Gallardo. We'll cover that here in a second. But first, Bill Stevens, we need to get to a 1969 El Camino Supersport. We talked about the LS6 earlier in the program. Here is its counterpart from the previous year.
Yeah, the 1970 LS6 El Camino, that was the top power option that year. This 1969 has the top power option for this year. The L78 396, 375 horse with the Muncie 4-speed manual. What a setup this is. Has the 12-bolt rear with positive traction and the Super Sport wheels, the 5-spoke wheels. Just finish this picture perfectly. Dusk blue, black interior. And that is a factory hot rod. It's half car and half truck.
Bill, when this car came out, who was really the market? Is this someone that wanted a Chevelle but maybe had to work a little bit too? Or how would this car, because it's also a hot rod that's half car, half truck. It's a lot of things at one time.
Probably somebody who wanted to be a little bit different, I think. You know what I'm saying? You know, a lot of convertibles and coupes and whatever. Yeah, but that El Camino, I can get that L78 and El Camino. I think I'll go that way. And I'm thinking maybe the price point on the El Camino may have been a little lower too.
This one at no reserve.
Wow, that's a great deal.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Are you kidding me?
30.
Wow, they stole that. Guys, as somebody that spends way too much time looking at prices online on Marketplace, and I always think, oh, I can get a car, I'll work on it, whatever. You can't buy a crusty 69 El Camino and turn it into that for that kind of money. That's incredible. What a deal.
Good for that buyer.
Okay, here is the Lamborghini, the Gallardo Coupe from 2006.
Yeah, the little brother to the Murcielago back in 2006. but it doesn't really give away too much in the horsepower area. 5-liter V10 with 520 horses. And that 6-speed E-gear automatic transmission. We were beginning to see a lot of that kind of transition in the early 2000s with the paddle shifted semi-automatic or manumatic transmissions rather than the, those classic gated 3-pedal manual transmissions. This with the all-wheel drive and some extra cost options, dual zone climate control and heated electric seats. And that is Bleu Fantou Bleu, I believe is the pronunciation on that. Bleu Fantou Bleu.
Okay.
Well done. I think you nailed it.
It is a boom.
I'm sorry?
That's from watching the Peter Sellers Pink Panther movies.
Yes.
Guys, what a fun car to drive that is. I've been lucky enough to spend a little time in a few of them, and the sound that they make alone is so eye-catching.
It's right behind your head.
It's incredible. Such a fun ride.
Oh, boy.
And they've come down a lot in price. Certainly there's a handful of things you have to look at if you're going to think about owning one. My friend Travis in Memphis has one. This is a manual, but my favorite part is that he went to get the starter replaced, and he's a mechanic, took it off, ran the Lamborghini number. It was like a $1,800 part, and he decided to just cross-reference the other number he saw on there. It was a $73 turbo diesel Beetle starter. He was back in business.
Give me another shot. I think that's still a buy there.
How's internet going after this one? And I think that guy is going to let it go.
76. One more shot here. 76.
All right, $75,000 going the way of the internet is that Lamborghini, and we send it over to Chris Jacobs.
Thanks, Scott. We were just talking about Monterey. Well, this car right here would look right at home, cruising along 17-mile drive and on the lawn at the Concours. 1958 Pontiac Bonneville convertible. You're getting a look at the 370 topped off tri-power there. That is its original engine inside. Beautifully done in cashmere blue and white. Check out these features too. This side view mirror is a spotlight, and you adjust it with this handle right here. What a beautiful design. And speaking of design, take a look at the steering wheel and the gauge cluster. Is that art or what? Man, you got to pay attention to the road because your eyes will wander down to that beautiful center of the steering wheel. Just absolutely gorgeous car. Check out the Continental kit around the back too. Phenomenal. Just so much artistry everywhere. Look at these taillights, the chrome. Such a great, great car. Can't wait to see this one go across the block. And once again, so much style back in '58 in the Pontiac division. Guys?
All right, CJ, thank you very much. That is one we'll see on the block in a little bit. Bentley Continental GT Speed, not the GTC.
No, but still a 200-mile-an-hour car.
No
616 horse out of that W12. That 12-cylinder engine, that's a couple of Volkswagen VR6 6-cylinder engines that are married together with a couple of turbochargers plumbed in. Automatic all-wheel drive finishes that powertrain, and lots of extras, as you might expect.
48. Yep. Oh, hang in there. Hang in there.
We've seen a handful of these come through this weekend, but this one is probably the nicest one we've seen yet. It's got the right wheels. That black interior really pops on the red. And again, what I love about these, the shape, the color, these are really timeless cars to me.
Oh, man. And the styling for so many years remained the same. You cannot identify these cars in terms of their year most of the time just by looking at them.
Okay, gonna go right there to that couple in the front row.
I always threaten to rent one of these when we go to Monterey.
I know.
So we could go cruising around.
I know.
I may be getting closer.
49 buys that Bentley. Now, if you were with us at the beginning of our show about an hour and 20 minutes ago, we talked about this very briefly, this 66 GTO convertible, an award-winning car, maybe the best GTO in this 1,000-car lineup, Bill.
Look at how it just radiates. With that Montero red, the parchment interior, you got to look at the engine. That is the optional tri-power engine, a 389, 360 horse. This was a National Concours winner at the GTO Association of America Nationals back in 2014, and it looks just as good today. It's won some other awards as well, and that's not a big surprise either. M21 4-speed, 355 safety track rear end. And those beautiful rally wheels. My, oh my. If you were going to buy one today, that's probably the way I know I would order it.
Guys, Jack that's behind the wheel of this car, his wife Connie is actually in the car behind him. They're the couple that has been working here as drivers ever since Mecum started coming up here with the auction. And Jack's the one that said the only downside is that he keeps buying cars here. But Connie in the car behind us coming up, they're the cutest. They love cars, big Top Gear fans, big racing fans. It's cool to see how many sides of this auction there are car people everywhere you look.
Yeah.
Well, and somebody just is going to get out of here with this 66 GTO to the tune of $56,000. 1957 Chevy 150 up next, and this was, I believe, our NPD car.
No, but we did preview this
preview car yesterday.
Yeah. Yes, we did. Yeah, the stable performance preview we had, yeah. You just saw the engine in that. Certainly nothing like what the original Black Widow would have had. This is a replica of one of the most famous early vintage NASCAR race cars ever built. Former NASCAR Grand National champion Buck Baker, the father of Buddy Baker. Man, he just cut quite a swath through the competition with a car very much looking like this one. That was a 350, by the way, professionally built with 450 horsepower with a couple of Edelbrock 4-barrel carburetors, automatic transmission, and the paint job that closely replicates what the original Black Widow would have looked like.
And how cool is it to see a 57 that's not a Bel Air? You see that 150 utility with the post. It's super, super clean, this car.
Yes, it is.
You don't want it? You're all good, sir.
A lot of history was made with the car that this replicates.
Yeah, just go right up over there.
The early days of NASCAR.
Just go right over there and they'll take care of you. George Boswell.
They were racing on dirt and on the beach. This is before the Daytona Speedway was built.
Well, the car ends up selling for $28,000. And right behind that Chevy from 1957, a 1 year only, always going to command attention, Boss 351, 1971.
1 year only, the 351 in 1971 with the 330 horsepower 351. That Cleveland engine. That made a lot of power in the upper rev range, too. It made its peak horsepower at over 5,000 RPMs. The Elite Marty report indicates this is one of one in the color and accessory combination. Keep that in mind as you watch the bidding. It's a 4-speed car with a Hurst shifter, 391 traction lock. That is a rear-end combination that we've seen in Boss 302s, Boss 429s, other Cobra Jet cars as well. That's the Ram Air 351 as well. Power steering and brakes and that grabber yellow paint. It does grab you. Magnum 500 wheels. No raised white letters on those modern era radial tires.
Good luck, folks. Boom! Ah! Give me 53. I'll cut it for you. I'll give you 53. Give me 53.
Yeah, this has been called the last of the real high-performance Mustangs until 1979. When the Fox bodies came in, those little 5-liter engines that ruled the streets
lose it now,
for a while.
guys. Give me another shot. Give me another shot. Yeah!
17.
Good luck, folks.
You give me 6 before it goes, 56.
Do it.
Hup!
Oh! And that'd be my hole, folks. He was weak the last time out. Give me 58. You run it this far. Keep the band playing. 58.
Do it.
Come on. You had a yes?
Do a yes.
Yeah!
All done?
Wow, that was close.
All done? Appreciate it.
Yeah!
Okay, nice little back and forth there, huh?
Yes.
You got it. Yeah, that's how we do
like
it.
that.
Mecum
Yeah, that was,
Harrisburg,
that
number
was fun.
one.
I'm glad
Yeah.
Chicken George didn't give him the tush push to get the next bid. I don't think I would want to see that.
Don't give him any ideas.
Yeah, I shouldn't have said that.
Next up on our auction block here in Harrisburg at the Farm Show Complex, 1968 Shelby GT350. One of several of these here today, and this is one we've been previewing for you.
Oh, this is a crown jewel right here. Look at that Paxton supercharger on that 302. Oh, yeah. We got over 400 horsepower cooking underneath that hood. Certificate of authenticity signed by Carroll Shelby himself goes with the car, along with the deluxe Marty report. Original date code, heads on the engine, aluminum Shelby dual plane intake manifold is original. They've rebuilt some things as well, including the top loader, close ratio 4-speed.
Okay, in the time it took you to just describe that car, the reserve came off at 115,000, and we're at 150.
It shot right up.
Oh my goodness!
Yep, I'm telling you, crown jewel. That's an understatement.
Wow, that shot all the way to 150, and that firmly cements it, at least for now, as our top-selling car of the entire event.
Oh yeah, the color, the Paxton supercharger with a 4-speed. No surprise there.
Oh, thanks so much for joining us today on your Saturday afternoon or morning if you're out west. About an hour and a half in, and here is a 69 GMC that just hit a high bid of $70,000, Bill.
I need to reattach my retinas because of that blue paint. My, oh my, what a gloss on that truck.
Isn't it, though?
Good power, though. 525 horsepower crate motor LS3 with a 4L60E automatic. Great wheel choice there. And the aluminum radiator to keep the engine clean. I point that out because, you know what? Sometimes the cooling system gets overlooked when you build something like this. Sweet truck.
Okay, right behind the pickup truck, we're going to go to the 69 Firebird convertible.
Oh, a laundry list of modifications on the 69 Bird. This, by the way, was built by Steve Covington down at East Texas Muscle Cars in Longview, Texas. They turn out some terrific work like this. That's a stroker, a 347 Texas Speed short block. And this got a lot of voodoo in this engine, no pun intended. It's got a set of heads on there that have been CNC'd, a special camshaft that they came up with, a Texas Speed Torquer it's called, and an LS6 intake manifold. How about that? 4L60E automatic with a big stall converter, 3,600 RPM. And they painted it in what's called GM Pull Me Over Red.
I love that.
I know, that's so prophetic, isn't it? Parchment interior, money car, no doubt.
Going to take more than 75 as well.
Oh, man, at least another 25, I would guess.
Yep. Well, let's see. We've had a terrific GTO a little while ago. Here is another one that'll give the previous a run for its money, perhaps. A little bit different flavor, though, and you look between the fenders and see what I'm talking about.
Yeah, and there's no pretension to originality on this goat. 6-liter LS2. So the LS2 in stock horsepower would be 400. This one with a 6-speed manual transmission. And I have a feeling they've reworked some of the internals on that engine for a little more power. They've reworked the suspension, I can tell you that, with Global West parts and pieces, power steering and disc brakes. 18-inch Rally 2 style wheels. Those are aftermarket wheels that to replicate the factory issued Rally 2s. Dakota digital gauges, power top. Those are reclining bucket seats you just saw, and that beautiful parchment finish. And every single bit of this GTO has been finished and detailed to the max. Good look at the red line tires on those 5-spoke aftermarket rallies.
Yeah, that's a great combo.
Yeah.
That is fantastic. And again, it might take 6 figures here to get this done.
Yes, maybe, believe it or not, maybe another $50,000 necessary to get the consignor to want to sign on the dotted line.
1966 Corvette, total custom. And look at the power hood coming up here.
Yeah, we like to see these little touches, you know. It just gives the car a little bit more of a mysterious feel as it slowly opens to reveal what? A GM Performance 6.2 at 455 horsepower. Yeah, that's a crate engine that just fits so perfectly in these mid-years. 4L70E automatic transmission. Yesterday we were talking about the aftermarket chassis. This one is a Roadster Shop chassis, as we mentioned, I think, yesterday, with those ubiquitous Willwood disc brakes all the way around. The color is called Camorra Gray with a silver pearl stinger. Got a good close-up there of those beautiful chrome wheels. Those are shot wheels, 19 in the front, 20 in the rear.
I'm wondering if the consignor did that on purpose, where the hood opens and closes so slowly to add to the drama.
Oh, I love that. You know, what am I going to see underneath there?
Guys, this has been an eye-catching one for the crowd all week long. When you see the little attention that was paid to detail, like the fabric that they used for the convertible top is different than what you would have seen in an OEM setting, but that shade and how it lays out with the color of the paint, really, really nice. Plus that wheel is kind of that crisscross of style of, you know, what we saw those hubcaps yesterday on some Corvettes you didn't necessarily like.
Yes.
But it has sort of a wire wheel feel, but truly a nice cut and function to it.
Well, we have certainly had our share of full custom Corvettes here in Harrisburg, and that is just another one to add to the list.
And you're right, Rudd, pointing out the material that they used on that top. That is a gorgeous convertible top, and you just don't see that material being used. It really adds to the aesthetic of the car.
Wow, $280,000. Lots of custom Corvette, but that bid is not going to be sufficient. 2022 Shelby GT500 Heritage Edition will follow it up.
Well, when these cars came along, I can tell you that they were worth $1 billion skillion dollars because you just start off with a base sticker on these, and by the time you add all of the options, none the least of which that carbon fiber track pack, which was an over $18,000 option, you're talking about some serious bread. This has that carbon fiber package, the technology package. That was worth another $3,000. And of course, let's not forget the 760 horsepower 5.2 supercharged Predator V8. And this car, less than 3,000 miles on it.
Bill, I think this was the first car with those carbon fiber wheels that we're seeing right there that was a mass-produced production car that had those as an option.
Well, that whole carbon fiber wheel idea certainly spread around Rutledge as we saw them on the Corvette, the C8 Corvettes. They were very desirable. I mean, your unsprung weight gets a lot less, and you can mount just about any racing rubber you want. You are ready to go. Oh, we get a sale on that car, Scott.
$102,500. Add another one to the six-figure club here in Harrisburg today. Super sharp. 2022 SRT Challenger Demon 170.
2023
Oh, I'm sorry.
last call edition, one of the 3,000 built. I say the same thing about these cars every time. We run through all the numbers, so let me say this. This one is definitely going to sell because it's being offered at no reserve. This one does not have the sunroof, does not have the carbon fiber wheels, but it's got everything that the Demon 170 has. There's that 6.2-liter supercharged Hemi under the hood. The Demon 170 name, of course, comes from that 85 ethanol rating. You know, you double that, and you get your 170. You got the little gold eye in the Demon on the fender, which is a sign to the corn, which the ethanol is based on.
Oh, nice.
And of course, on the hood here, you have another little Easter egg etched into the intake here. It says alcohol injected. So little Easter eggs all over the D170, Bill.
Talk about extra cost options. Wasn't that sunroof at over 20 grand or something?
It was 11, just over 11 for both the wheels and the sunroof. So pushing the value up with those options, yeah.
That'd be 20 altogether.
Yeah.
$120,000. They just sold it. You guys mentioned 29 miles, I think, on this car, right?
That's right.
Okay.
So that's way under sticker MSRP, what these cars were going for back in 2023.
And I don't think that was a graduation present to anybody either.
Probably not.
No.
All right, so let us move on to a 2022, 22 that is.
You got it.
SRT Superstock Challenger.
Yeah, a few more miles on this one, just over 2,400. And big power in this one, Chris.
Yeah, same engine, 6.2-liter supercharged. This one putting out not quite as much as the D170, but still way, way up there at 807 horsepower. This one has the Demon 2018 Demon wheels on it, which looks great on these super stocks. Pitch black with the red stripes going up the nose and over the top, all the way down the deck lid. Really good looking car, and I'm glad that the consignor got a little bit of use out of it with the, as you said, Bill, a little bit more mileage on it.
Yep. Of course, the thing I could never understand about this car is it's the super stock. It has the super stock suspension, but it doesn't have that trans brake in it, which is standard issue with so many drag racing cars.
Yep. Okay, we'll wrap it up on that car. The bid goes on at $80,000, and we will head to break. More coming up. Oh, we are back in Harrisburg with the Black Beast on the block, Bill Stevens. A Hemi Roadrunner from 1968 that just gabbled for $115,000.
A black Hemi Roadrunner. Oh, the American dream. This one with a torque flight, only 61 Hemi Roadrunner hardtops had the torque flight, and you know, at the drag strip, probably a more prevalent setup than the 4-speed for so many racers. Also has a 323 rear axle, which is correct for the car, and yeah, the color says it all.
Love it. 115 grand buys it. Meantime, 1969, or actually before we get to the 69 Corvette, I want to tell you about the things that you need to keep in mind to keep your car looking its best. Whether it's a Hemi Roadrunner or a 69 Corvette, 303 Products will take care of your car and keep it away from nature's harshest elements. They've been testing these products for more than 40 years in the field. Full lineup available at the website 303mecum.com. 303 is proven to protect. Now that 69 Corvette convertible. Wow.
Yeah, first year for the 350 cubic inch engine in the Corvette. This is the 350 horse. Now a year earlier, you could get the L79 350 horse 327. So this is essentially the same engine with a different displacement. Different also with a 4-speed manual transmission. Le Mans blue, blue vinyl upholstery, white top, a pretty picture.
Well, a high bid here at $30,000 for that Corvette. 2011 Jaguar XKR immediately in the lineup behind it.
Yeah, I think we had one of these yesterday, And this is the R model. That means the blown engine, the supercharged 5-liter, 510 horsepower V8. 25,000 plus miles on the odometer, jet black, tan leather. And again, I don't want to be redundant, but I love my Jaguars, and I see this car, and I can tell you what kind of a driving experience they provide. Smoothness, sophistication, just enough performance to help you keep up with anything else out there, pretty much. A lot of extras too, a lot of little things like navigation and power seats, things like that. Just a neat car.
I like watching you talk about cars that you really love. Like there's like a romance in your eyes and your voice, the way you look at these cars. That's really cool. I think that says a lot. Scott, I feel like you saw the same thing just then.
Well, actually, you know, it's funny because he mentioned a blown engine, and that phrase right there takes me back to the days of yore in IndyCar racing when a blown engine was not a good thing. A puff of white smoke coming down the main straightaway.
Right, yeah. Well, that's kind of blown an engine is a drag racing term. So
yes,
that's how that happened.
I know. Welcome back to Harrisburg. Scott Hoke, Bill Stevens, Chris Jacobs, Rutledge Wood. Coming up on 2 hours through our program here in a little bit. 68 Mustang GT up on the block now in the mid-60s.
Oh, this one's right down Broadway, Scott. Has the Deluxe Mighty report that'll tell you all about that factory J-Code 302 4-barrel and the automatic transmission and the original 9-inch rear end, Acapulco blue, everything just the way it ought to be, but it won't sell.
And so at $65,000, we will let it go to the bid goes on. Here is another Demon 170 from 2023. One of the cars that we had in the Dodge booth here in Harrisburg. Chris?
Yep, octane red on this one. No sunroof, but it does have the carbon fiber wheel option on this one, which is going to pump up that value. And as you mentioned, Scott, these were good enough to be displayed in the Dodge booth. And what's the special thing about this lot and the next lot coming is they are matching VINs. They are both number 1194 in the run of 3,000, so they're bookend cars. Yeah, Dodge did something really cool in 2023. If you had purchased a 2018 Demon from the factory, you could get a 2023 D170 with the matching VIN. Now again, as optioned, this car would probably be around $155,000, $160,000 MSRP. So these bids are well below that.
Reserve is on. 125.
And the reserve comes off at 120, and now we're at 125.
And where are all these super low mileage last call cars coming from?
It's got an interesting facet to it. Also, it's rear seat delete, which is something that Dodge did as part of nostalgia, the throwback to the racing cars of the 60s.
Yeah, the old lightweights.
All right, $125 for the first of two Dodges, and gives us an opportunity before we bring out the next one to remind you that Dodge is, and we are very proud of it, the official automotive manufacturer sponsor of Mecum Auctions yet again this year.
Well, here is the older brother of the D170 that we just saw, the 2018 Demon, the car that really set the horsepower world alight back in 2018. 840 horsepower if you set it up to its maximum performance potential. This one also very low mileage, only 980 miles on the clock, also done in octane red, also rear seat delete, and also with that VIN ending in 1194. So the matching one to the car that just went across the block, Scott.
That's very cool.
Boy, this was the gotta have Dodge back in 2018. People were lining up. This one 980 miles on the odometer. Torque flight only, no manuals in these. But this one does have that trans brake. for super quick launches, the drag mode suspension as well.
Yeah, they did the trans brake in the 2018 team in the D170, of course, and I believe there was a Hellcat that was available with the trans brake as well, if I'm not mistaken.
If not that, the launch control anyway.
Yeah.
So either way, that thing is going to just hook up.
You saw it, and there you see at the top of the screen, 95 grand. And so both of those two Challenger SRTs have found new ownership today. In the wake of the Demon is a 1965 Chevy C10 pickup. And look what they have done in the power department, Bill.
I love power, you know that.
Yes.
That's a 6-liter Vortec underneath there. All the power in the world. 4-speed automatic, and that's burned orange. That's the paint they have on it. And 7-spoke wheels, all chromed out. They've color matched the pickup bed as well. As you take a look at the interior, leather seats. It's got air conditioning in there as well, and power steering.
Bill, it almost looks like an atomic orange. It's so close to that kind of burnt orange like we saw on the Z06 C6 that went through earlier.
Sure does.
Clean example. I like that they still have the tailgate chains that got the rubber on there to protect it. Just some nice kind of subtle touches that it is modified, but it's not insane.
Yep.
And with that LS power, it's meant to drive. Go have some fun with it.
Yeah, we'll see that sometimes. They'll do a full custom treatment, but leave 1 or 2 little retro pieces in there just to kind of keep, you know, the heritage of the vehicle in mind.
Well, high bid on that pickup truck is going to be $32,000. However, the Mecum rule is now in effect at $35,000.
That's a short jump. I would think somebody would.
That's pretty easy.
Take advantage.
34. You get 4.
Oh, okay. He raised his bid, just not enough. So if it works or doesn't work, it'll be open back to the general public. He raised his bid to 30.
So yeah, I think he raised it to 34 and see what happens.
And the reserve is on.
There we go.
34,000, 35. I have 34 bid, 35,000. Anybody else? So,
yeah, thank you. Thank you.
Okie doke. How about that? It all worked out. 34 grand.
Fair to both sides, I would say.
1993 Mustang LX.
Oh, let me tell you the story behind the story on this.
Oh, please
93 LX. It's got the 5-liter, 225 horsepower V8, but this has been in the care of a single family from new until last month. Never dealer prepped. All the stickers, all the tags are included. The protective plastic still on this car, the original window sticker. I mean, you want original? You got original right here. 850 miles on the clock. Yow.
It is a time capsule. Beautiful car. I got to walk around this one, spend a little time with it. You know, if you're a person that appreciates and loves the Mustang Fox body, we've seen a couple of nice ones go through this weekend. To have one that is truly brand new, 850 miles, I mean, didn't even make it to the break-in oil change. What a beautiful ride this would be.
Yeah, last year for that Fox body, and boy, what a legend that became from 79 to 93. And it really changed the whole culture of the Mustang. Brought in the 5.0 V8, some other variants of that. Remember the SVTs and the Cobras, and cars that really were high performance.
Yeah, I love the color matched wheels, especially in white. It just looks so great on this car.
Oh yeah, those pony wheels now, we saw one this weekend. They're available in a 17-inch replica. But that original setup, it's just so crisp, so clean, white on white on white.
The perfect amount of tire in this. Yeah.
And again, I know some people wouldn't love to hear this. I would get it. I'd change all the fluids, go through the motor, and then I would drive it. Because to me, you're going to spend as much as this car's going for right now to get one and try to restore it to make it as nice as this.
57 to bid. 61,000.
You got 58.
Now he's cutting our bids. Let's just knock him out of there. We'll give one bid at 60,000.
Just give 60 now, because the phone's going to beat you to it anyway.
58. Let's give one bid at 60,000.
Well, it's surprising it's gotten to this level of bidding. I mean, amazing. I hope whoever is the winning bidder does what you said you do, right? Change the fluids and drive it.
At 61. Yes, it's 61. 61.
62.
Wow.
So what you should do now is give 65. Because you'll be 61, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah, the reserve came up just under 50,000.
62. We're 62. Yes.
3.
We're on the Mustang, right?
63, 62, 63, 62. Then you're going to get
For 63, or we can knock him out at 65.
Could the world record be in jeopardy?
63.
Yeah, I don't know.
4.
Or 65. Give the 65.
Hit him with 4.
Give the 65 so that you get it.
But then he'll give 65 and he'll own it. So
You give 65.
Oh, now they're
Yeah.
trying to get 65. So now he's taking he's taking the fuel out of our fight. So he bid 65.
This is a Gen X high school dream in the making.
Yeah.
Hey, wait.
And we're not done yet, man.
Let's give
Oh, I
70.
love
We'll
this.
blow him out
I
of the
love
water.
this so
We're at
much.
66.
Right now, one guy's thinking, I'm going to put on White Snake.
It's gonna be a wild
The other
card.
guy's maybe thinking maybe Metallica. Cinderella would be a great
exactly
one.
what I was going to say. I think I just give 70.
That's what I said.
So where's he at now?
So he has 67. So give 70. Blow him out of the water. Give 70.
Have you ever seen one so new in all your life? Give $70,000.
Look at it. Look how pretty it is.
70, of course. Just us in one bid, yes.
All right, hit it.
Or you can be then 72,000 once, 72,000 twice.
You want to give him it? You're letting him out.
72. Down 70,000.
That was fun. Hang in there, young man. It paid off.
You got a number on that.
Well done.
Very good.
And Rutledge, what you said is so pithy, because a lot of the value of that car, it's a one-owner car. Yes, it's got low mileage. When you buy the car, now it's a two-owner car.
Sure.
Now you can enjoy that car. It's no longer that one-owner original car anymore.
That made the hair on my arm stand up. That was so exciting.
Oh, all the way.
That's what it is all about here at a Mecum auction, and we are just crossing over into a new hour at this moment with Bill Stevens, Chris Jacobs, Rutledge Wood. I'm Scott Hoke, our producer John Sifferlin in the truck, Tony Williams, our director, Todd Gordon, our technical director, and the entire gang here in Harrisburg on ESPN Plus. Good to have you along for this ride. Hope you enjoyed that moment. We
Scott,
hope to have many more. Yes.
I think the final answer is Bon Jovi. Bon Jovi needs to be ripping
That's
in that
what you
car.
would play if you had just bought that, basically
Living on a
time
prayer.
capsule. Oh, that's pretty great.
Whoa, man.
$115,000 on this Chevelle Super Sport, big block equipped
Well,
for
it's an
1970.
LS6. It's an LS6 convertible. Holy guacamole. It's got the automatic in it, but you know what? This is the pinnacle of LS6 royalty right here. And in this color, the Astro Blue, blue interior, Turbo 400. What a piece.
And there you go, a copy of the documentation.
Yeah, it looks like the bill sheet right there on the rear quarter window.
115 bought that one. 1970 GTO Judge now.
Yeah, here we go. Another big money car right here. It's got the Ram Air 3, 366 horsepower, 400 cube V8, extensive restoration in polar white, red interior. 4-speed car. Hurst, T-handle shifter. We'll get a sneak peek at that right there. All correct, including documentation from PHS. And a very rare, I'm sorry, Chris, just the rear wing there. That's black. That's the way that car was delivered.
Just saying, it all of a sudden got very expensive and very serious on the Mecum auction block here. That LX really set the bar for the cars that came behind it.
Oh yeah, it is ratcheted up. Bill, I was going to ask if that original spoiler there came in black on purpose, because it's so stark kind of from some of the changes, but it really matches well with those hints of color on the hood. They bring the black up there as well. And of course with the stripe package, really sets it off.
Yeah, that's very rare. Hardly ever see that.
Bill, any preference on either the 69 or the 70, Judge, or you in one camp?
69. I like the styling a little more.
The graphics on the 69 a little more too.
Well, the high bid here on this white red gut GTO Judge, $80,000. 1957 Bel Air. Wowzers. That's the color of my note cards here. From 57. What in the world is this?
Well, it takes your breath away, that's for sure. This is an LS-powered 57, well over 400 horsepower, 4L60E with an upgraded stall converter that'll lock up at 3,500 RPMs. Whoopee, 12-bolt rear end, 373 Richmond gears. Heads and cam, all from Texas Speed, Holly Sniper intake. Big throttle body on the car, vintage air. Oh dear, what a build.
That sublime green is what they call that paint that's on here. I don't know if that's the same sublime green.
Is that a Mopar color?
It could be.
It sure looks like it.
I mean, that's what they describe it as. But guys, I tell you what, that's a perfect ride to enjoy your family, especially with the vintage air kit on there. Having modern AC in these cars, especially when you got the modern power plant.
Yeah.
It's got the Holly Sniper EFI system on there. It would really put it over the top. But that green is just popping in person. It looks amazing.
And if I'm not mistaken, the hood rockets have been deleted on that hood.
Yeah, got a little bit of a cowl to it, a couple inches on there.
That's right, the cowl induction profile on that scoop. You're right.
No side mirrors.
No side mirrors, but most of the chrome and the stainless still in place.
And the hammer price, $33,000.
I wonder if Shrek bought it.
Or Kermit.
I wish I had bought it. That's a deal.
I wonder if the consignor had trouble choosing between Sublime or Limelight on that one.
Yep.
Wait a minute.
Good question.
That's that Mopar thing again, where it's the same color but different names.
You're coachable, right?
$100,000 bid to start off with on an important car here, guys. A 69 Z28. Classic color combination, Brother Bill.
You know, we may have the finest gathering of 69 Z28s in one building that we've ever had. Every time we think we've seen the best, another one rolls up and we have to rethink again. This one, nut and bolt rotisserie restoration. Don't have to tell you about the powertrain. We see these so often. We know by heart the 302, 290 horse, small block, all 4 speeds in 1969. Yeah, Hugger orange with the orange houndstooth interior. Does not get more classic than that. That great chambered exhaust system on these cars give it such a great tone. Has the correct smog system still in it. And just let your eyeballs wander over this 69 Z28 and enjoy it.
Yeah, Bill, you mentioned the same thing, basically, that the 69 I did in the MPD preview, that the blue one was one of the finest ones you had here, but to choose between the two, difficult, but I'd have to go with these classic colors. That orange on orange, just stunning.
Nothing to sneeze at.
That's all I asked. Right? Sure.
And the reserve not off at $130,000, although
he wanted a lot
I
more.
think we're getting closer to the goal line on this automobile.
Raise your bid to 140, I can sell it. Just give 140, sir. Give 140. Give 140. Give 140. Give 140. Just do it. Give 140. Give 140. Hurry. Okay, well, he raced his bid to 135. That wasn't quite enough, but it's enough to get the reserve of 135, 140. Anybody else could still bid 140 pounds and $1.09. Last call though, 135, 140. So 135 pounds and $1. So 135 pounds and $1. Ryan Brewer.
Well, 135. You would expect that to be a six-figure car pretty much all day long, and it did not disappoint today.
I think that gentleman bought one of those Ford hot rods, the high boy that we had earlier. I think that
really?
was the same fellow.
Okay, I missed the guy. You could be right.
I think I am.
Humility has always been one of your strong suits.
I like to call it confidence.
Okay, 1974 Corvette convertible on our block now, guys. You ever have a 74, Bill?
I did. I had two, actually,
okay.
and liked them a lot. Of course, the horsepower was in decline by 1974. Mine was a 350. You still get a 454 as the last year for that. But this one, it's a crate V8. So as far as horsepower goes, anybody's guess. Also a 4-speed Muncie in there, medium blue paint with a black interior, factory air. 74 was the last year that you could run leaded fuel in your Corvette. It had true dual exhaust. In 75, they went to the crossover style exhaust and then unleaded fuel only.
Well, $21,000 buys that 74 Corvette. That is not bad at all. And that a new owner pretty excited about it, as he should be. Okay, another 57 Bel Air. This one coming to us with the top down and looking, oh, so gorgeous.
Oh, we should snug up to six figures on this fuel-injected 1957 Bel Air convertible. Yep, 3-speed manual transmission on the column, and it has the optional power-operated convertible top. Split bench seat, of course. Look at the interior. Boy, that is like 1 day old if you go by the appearance. Larkspur blue. We've seen that color any number of times. Big wide white walls and full wheel covers. And boy, the bidding is a little bit lazy on this automobile, and I don't know why.
Well, the top of the screen is not accurate. The bid is currently at $85,000.
All right.
Yeah, we were stuck on that 74 Corvette for a minute.
Wow, that was scary.
$85,000. That is not going to be enough.
No, it's
might take another 10 to 15.
I was going to say it's got to come closer to the six figures, I think, for that sale to happen.
Okay. All right. So with that, we will take a look closely at a 1955 Corvette that has arrived here. Oops. Well, we're gonna look at this Corvette, and they're gonna open the bid at $50,000.
Yeah, well, you just got to look at the V8. First year for the 265 V8 in the Corvette, and a long list of certification on this car. Just give you an idea just how perfectly restored it is. Bloomington Gold certified, NCRS top flight, NCRS regional performance verification, NCRS national top flight, Duntov Mark of Excellence. That is the premier certification from the NCRS for any Corvette. It's won awards at the Chevy Vet Fest a couple times, and a Triple Crown recipient. I keep going if you want me to. I'm just telling you, this is an exceptional
Bill,
1955 Corvette.
The thing that stands out most about it is that color combination, that Harvest Gold, the yellow interior and the green top. You know, when I saw this car here, the consignor was standing next to it, and I said to him, oh, we saw this car in Kissimmee. He said, no, that was a different one. So there's actually 2 of these in this color combination. Very, very striking. What a cool car.
And you know what? When this car was new, it really wasn't one of the more popular colors, which we see happen all the time. You know, in hindsight, we take a look at some of those original colors and think, wow, they're great. And only 120 of these Corvettes were finished in that color.
And keep in mind, only 700 Corvettes total were built in 1955. Yeah, right. So the numbers are down on everything.
Yeah, this one with a power glide. You get a manual transmission, finally, in a Corvette in 1955, the 3-speed.
I think Bill mentioned that the debut of the V8 was 1955, and that's called out by the gold V in the Corvette script along the front fender there. So way to instantly know if the car is equipped with the V8, and also how to discern between a 55 and a 54, because there weren't a whole lot of differences besides the engine upgrade.
Okay, Russ Conklin hammers that car at $135,000. Where does that fit in? That's tied for second overall today.
That is big money for a 55.
Right on, brother. Oh, Bill, cool 1969 GT350, original paint, lots of checking and distress, but what a cool car this is.
It is, yeah. You see a little fading on the hood there, the paint, but otherwise not that decrepit, to be honest with you, for a car that has not been restored. That's the candy apple red, very popular color. 351, that's the power plant, and the 69, that's what it came with, that's what they had. 4-speed manual. And now we're just talking about this during the break, Scott. This is a car that you could buy and take to the Shelby convention and enter it in the survivor category and see what happes.
Yes.
You know?
At the very least, you're going to get a lot of attention. People are going to flock around this car.
It's in the Shelby convention. It's certified as being a real GT350.
You know, and we just don't see them. The vast majority are restored.
Yes.
Don't see them like this very often at all.
No, and it's expensive to restore these cars. You know, these are Shelby's special parts, some off-the-shelf parts from Ford. But, you know, if you were to buy this car, you might be wise to leave it the way it is.
Well, I think the final number on that was 61. It did sell for sure. So here is 2019 Z06, Brother Bill.
Well, in Tom River, New Jersey, there's a shop called Case House Performance, and there's another little shop called RK Tuning, and they have taken this 2019 Z06 and they've pumped in 1,022 horsepower. That's the story. Magnuson supercharger with a big throttle body induction, lots of other speed equipment. The list is long and lustrous. That is a heavy-duty piece of go-fast artillery.
Got to be more than $75,000 to buy that Z06. So we will move on to this 1973 Bronco that has been lifted, wheels, tires, new or different engine.
Yep. Oh, what's my name?
Oh, Bronco Bill. I'm sorry.
Yes. 5-liter V8, and Rut's right down there. Boy, he is giving that a thorough inspection. What are you seeing?
Looks like it's got a Kinzer chassis on here. It's got Bilsteins on it. Cut rear fenders. This thing is really stout with that Coyote in there. You know, it really gives me the feeling this thing was meant to go fast, have some fun. But when you see that updated chassis, really lets you know that you can actually use the power that big Coyote's putting down.
Yeah, that's important. Yeah, boy, so many extras on this. Big premium sound kicker speakers in there. Oh my God. Vintage air, that's been plumbed in as well. Tilt steering column with a real wood steering wheel.
You know, for all the goodies it has, guys, including that engine, including the cut rear fenders, they didn't go too far. They didn't go over the top.
That's
it's
right.
kind of cool the way they just gently resto modded.
Yeah, it's like a subtle modification.
Yep.
Again, be smart. Put the money where you can feel it in that chassis.
Big time.
You know, I know from building my 72 K5 Blazer, it is updated, but boy, it sure rides like a 72.
Yeah.
And that power plant that I put in there, I got 450 horsepower in mine. I don't have
Roll
a
it to
chassis
reserve.
underneath it like this.
Russ!
Really take advantage of that.
Yeah, this is well thought out. Classic Ford colors. That's Brittany blue and the Wimbledon white.
135, going to give 140, Ryan. 135, 140. Last
Willwood
call,
power
give
disc
100.
brakes.
37.5.
4-link rear suspension.
137.5 bid, 140 pounds and under net. 137.5, 140, 140 pounds and under bid. 140.
Dakota digital dash.
140.
All
Last
high
call,
end
net.
additions.
137 pounds bid.
Look at the bid.
140,000. So 137 pounds and $500. So 137.5. Right rear.
Okay, 137.5. You know, that seems like a lot of money, but that's not compared to some of these resto Broncos that we've seen.
Yeah, you want to do a build like that, see how much you spend.
Oh yeah, that's a great savings on what it would take to build that yourself for sure, guys.
Yeah.
1971 Dodge Demon. That's our next car to take a look at. You can see Chris there on the far right of your screen. Take it away, brother.
Yeah, 2-year run for the original Demon, 1971 and 1972. This is a 340 under the hood, but no indication on the consignment sheet that it's the matching numbers 340. This is an H-code car, though, so it did leave the factory with a 340, but I think they would probably indicate it on the consignment sheet if it was the numbers matching block. Regardless, proper engine for this car, done up in Citron Yellow. Might look like Lemon Twist, but it's actually a different paint coat. Citron Yellow here is the name for the Dodges.
Yep, all original. 275 horse, 340 with a torque light.
Okay, high bid 40 grand, and behind it a Boss 302 from 1970. This selling at no reserve, and it is a whopper. Terrific car.
It's the first one of the day. Is this the first one of the week we've had? The Boss 302?
It might be.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think. We've seen one, but we previewed one, I believe.
Well, here we go. Whether we did or not, this is one worth paying attention to. Let's start off with the sun visor that's been signed by Parnelli Jones, the 1970 SCCA Trans Am champion. Yeah, it's the 302. That's the 290 horse. Little high winding small block with a top loader, 4-speed, close ratio, 391 traction lock. Once again, a very familiar powertrain in these classic performance Mustangs. This is a shaker hood car, not available in 69. It was in 70. This one has it, and it's got the deck spoiler, and it's got the rear window slats.
And Bill, shout out to Larry Shinoda, the designer who worked on the Boss 302 and who named the Boss in honor of his boss, Spunky Knudsen. $77,000, and Russell Conklin drops the gavel at that number. 77, no reserve, by the way.
Yeah, how about that Larry Shinoda?
Oh.
Worked on both this and the split window coupe.
Prolific,
what
to
a
say
history.
the least. Yeah.
That's a pretty good resume. 2 entries on that resume.
Yeah.
Wow.
He was a titan.
Mic drop.
Okay, 1969 Coronet RT convertible. Tell me about it, Bill.
Yeah, the RT will give you that 440, 375 cubic inch Commando V8, and it's got the A727 torque flight as well with the 8 3/4 inch rear end. That's the shore grip, the 323 gears. Power stuff, steering brakes, great color. Inside and out, striking automobile.
Guys, this is really neat. This is actually part of a 6-car run today, a collection that's from a family. They're kind of at the back of the car. You can see them. The father's name was Curtis. He's got 5 of his children here today and their spouses. Curtis was a former New York City police officer. He was out in the Bronx, moved to Ohio, started a family, and he passed away in January. He left his kids each cars, and then he had another collection. And he wanted them to go through Mecum. He had bought a few cars at Mecum, a really special day. This is the 2nd car of that 6-run set. Beautiful, kind, loving family.
Cool.
It was so neat to get to meet them this morning, and I know they're excited about what today's going to bring.
And Scott, this is a true blue L Code 440, and this one is numbers matching. It's got its original drivetrain from the factory. Only one of 317 Cornet RT convertibles produced in 1979 with the 440.
$45,000 is your hammer price.
Red car with red line tires. That's a perfect marriage. Magnum 500 wheels.
1960 Impala will be behind the Cornet now.
Yeah, this has had mild customization, I guess you might say. It's got a 348 in it, which you could get in 1960 with a 4-barrel carburetor. Probably 250 horsepower in that neighborhood. Automatic transmission, power steering, and power disc brakes. That is an upgrade. And AC has been added as well. But look at the bidding on this car, despite the fact it's not loaded with modifications.
Look at that.
Budnick wheels.
This teal is one of my favorite colors you can see on this year car. They also, of course, had the Biscayne, which had less of the cool things that the Impala did. My cousin Andy and his wife Jen got married in one, and I just think right back to it, that Chicago summer. But what a gorgeous, gorgeous car.
Paint Hall of Fame, Rutledge?
I would say so.
Okay. That's on you, but I agree with you. $115,000 will be short of the mark. Okay, here's a 2014 Shelby GT500 Super Snake wide body.
Oh, this is a savage. This got 850 horsepower out of that 5.8-liter supercharged V8. There's a good look at it. Oh, that is a hungry-looking power plant right there. Now, as you look at the top side of this Mustang, take a look at the platform underneath, and you'll be impressed with that. This car's got over 6,000 miles on it, but that chassis right there is as well detailed as you can get. See the bottom, that transmission there with a dual exhaust, big dual exhaust pipes, heading out back toward that traction lock rear end.
Bill, do they consider that an illuminator, the setup that's in there for the engine? It was in that same kind of window at time they were using it for a lot of stuff.
Yep, good point. Yes.
Well, the high bid here going to be more than 130 if you want to sell the car, and we'll leave it at 130. Good money on a fantastic car here, everybody, as we come back live to Harrisburg. A 69 real deal Hemi Charger, and the reserve is off at $160,000. Chris, Bill, this is spectacular.
Oh, sell everything. Let's buy this. This is such a beautiful car, man. Bright green, color match Steelies with the Fratzog hubcaps on there. White top, white interior. What a phenomenal car, Bill.
Yeah, and you know, we don't get many coming through here in that color, let alone with a 426 Hemi for power. Torque Flight automatic. Wow. Yeah, that hit the bullseye every time.
Big bucks, I think 160 was the final number. 65, thank you. 165. Okay, 1965 Chevelle convertible right behind it. Oh, let's peek into the power area.
Yeah, you know what? This is doing a little bit better than what a stock 65 Chevelle might dish out. It's got a 355 crate motor with 375 horsepower with a 700 R4 automatic. The super stock trim has been added. Okay, so that's been revealed by the consigner. Power top, and you see the white interior with the top down. Yep, that's a showpiece. American Racing Torque Thrust 2 wheels, all blinged out. Yeah, we're gonna probably get very close to selling this car here if we can just bump it up a little bit more. I think maybe a 6 something will do it.
Sell it. Yeah. Yeah, that's 60.
You saw Kirk in the consigner, Glenn Hammock, one of Mecum's long-time customers. Matter of fact, earlier this year was looking through some video, as you see the new owner there at 62,000. Looking through some video from our very first season, Bill, and Glenn was in the camera shot.
Wow, that's
from
going back.
season 1 in 2008. 2008, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, long time. He's a good guy. $62,000 buys that Chevelle. Okay, another 1970 Mopar machine.
Yeah, another money car too, Chris. Tell us what you see.
Yeah, well, this is a U code. So Dodge switched their engine codes from 69 to 70. So this one is a U code with the high performance 440. It would have been an L code in 1969. That is a numbers matching drivetrain backed up by the famous 727 Torque Flight 3-speed automatic center console. But check out the color combination. This is dark burnt orange metallic over a dark burnt orange interior. You just don't see cool color combinations like this. Looks so great, the monochrome with the black rally stripe around the rear quarters and the deck lid. Really great car, Bill.
Yeah, indeed. And new stuff too. A lot of the maintenance items have been replaced. The plugs, distributor, plug wires, the coil. Oh, dash.
We don't have anything.
Been replaced.
We don't have anything. We don't have anything.
Engine wiring harness.
We do not.
Yep, that is labor intensive.
Rally dash including the tick-tock tack, which is the clock and tachometer combination. Yeah. Very cool thing that Mopar did.
All right, 80,000 the high bid on the Charger, and we've got half a dozen or so in a row now that are going to sell at no reserve. First one of those is a 57 Chevy 150, all business, no flash on this at all.
No.
Man.
And it's kind of like the Black Widow, less the white paint. And this has got the powertrain in it that the Black Widow, the original one, would have had that they did not put in the replica. This is the fuel-injected 283 that debuted in 1957. Power Glide automatic. And look at the detailing of the car. Oh, man, this is ready for the bright lights of Mecum.
Well, I guess half that powertrain, but I think the Black Widow was a manual transmission, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, so this one's got the automatic.
Yeah, this has the right engine, but yeah, the Power Glide was never used back then for racing, but now drag racers have embraced the Power Glide. You see the modified Power Glide, a lot of sportsman cars.
Pretty cool fuel injection call out on the grill there too. Maybe the jib can pick up a shot of that as it rolls off onto the mat. Great paint job on this car too.
There you see it. Yeah, good catch there, CJ. 35,000, no reserve. That is super cool, man.
Yep.
35 grand is all. 1967 Chevy 2 Nova. That is our next example.
Yeah, with a popular engine swap in it, a 383 stroker and a Muncie 4-speed. And out back underneath, the 12-bolt rear end. Willwood supplied power disc brakes, all four corners. They've done some upgrades to the chassis too. The guys at Chris Alston's Chassis Works did a bolt-on front frame. Craig SS wheels, of course. And not a big money car. I think we may get the gavel at low 30s, low to mid 30s maybe.
Well, we're there, Bill.
Yeah, I think we're going to get a new owner any minute now.
Hey, got about to 32,000.
Well, you were right on the money. For the money.
For the money.
32.
Show me the money, honey.
Bingo. Oh, that's nice of you. You've never called me honey before.
We go to the next car, please.
The next car happens to be a 1963 Impala Super Sport.
Yep, this is the base 409. Sounds almost like an oxymoron. 340 horse 409. You get a bunch of 409s in 1963 all the way up to the 425 horsepower dual quad version. So this is at the other end of the spectrum. 4-speed transmission, power options like steering and brakes. Tilt steering column has been added to this car. We are notified about that. And yeah, we'll probably see this car sell fairly shortly.
Matt Morvac, our auctioneer. George Boswell trying to cajole another bid out of a customer here.
Yeah, when they added that tilt steering column, did you notice the tachometer that usually sits on top of the steering column did not go back on there? Those 4-speed cars back in 1963, the Super Sports would have the tach right on top of the steering column there.
Yep.
Hey,
Still
get 47.5.
going north.
Still
get
going
47.5,
north.
Wayne. I really want you to, though. I want you to have it.
We're good. We're good.
47.5. Okay.
We're good.
All right. He said no. Boom.
All right. $47,000.
Yeah.
And for that, you get a Super Sport with a 409 under the hood.
Yeah, now it's the base 409, but it's still a 409.
Yep, indeed. Okay, a pair of very cool Mopars. Dead ahead for us. The first one, both from 1968, I should point that out. This one is a Hemi Roadrunner, guys.
Yeah, you know what? When we see a rotisserie restoration on a car like this one has had, well, when you look at the bottom of the car, you'll understand why. As they disassemble the car completely down to its bones, and then they refurbish or refinish everything. Look, the bottom side of this Roadrunner. Not a speck of dirt, dust, grime, or any, what is it, the yellow buildup on the kitchen floor that they used to advertise? The waxy yellow buildup?
Yeah.
No, that's so impressive. Wow.
As far as color combinations go, I mean, would you expect that black with the silver accent interior on a yellow car like this? It's so unusual and so perfect. The color match wheels. This is a real deal J-code matching numbers drivetrain, 4-speed transmission with the bench seat, Bill. So.
Yeah, that, you know what, Chris, you make a good point, because these cars were described as taxi cabs back in the day because of the plain Jane appearance, and that interior right there is a tip-off as to how these cars got that nickname, that bench seat.
Yeah, and that beautiful sound that the Hemi makes, that's why this car is radio delete from the factory. So no need for any other sounds besides that Hemi.
112.5. There we go.
Congratulations. Awesome.
112,005 for that Hemi Roadrunner.
I love the fact that they took the risk to sell it at no reserve, because you just don't know what's going to happen, but it definitely got the money.
Yeah, you got to have confidence that your car is going to get the kind of bidding that you want. That is true.
Okay, next up, guys. Chris, this is one you and I have been going nuts over all week. It is a triple white 68 GTX convertible. I've never seen one. I don't think you have either.
I haven't either. No, you want to talk about rare color combinations. I mean, just seeing a white GTX alone is rare, but then a convertible with a white top and a white interior. I mean, I think what really sets it apart is the white top. We're so used to seeing black tops on the convertible. So to see a triple white, and what a great restoration. All the bright work, very nice. I like just the subtle black decal down the side in front of the GTX badge. Just a classic design, looking so good, like we said, in triple white.
That's the kind of car you see at McCacken, because they will usually invite cars that are very rare, you know, almost unheard of in terms of either their production numbers or color schemes or any number of factors. And a white GTX, second year for the GTX with a 440, the base 375.
This will go perfect with your Jaguar.
Look at the money on this car.
Yes, sir.
Sailing, you know what it is, a true L code, which came from the factory with the 440. No indication on the consignment sheet if its numbers matching or not, so we just don't know, but it's certainly bringing that sort of money, Scott.
Man, $70,000. Good luck finding another one. You just do not see that. With factory air, did we talk about that? You mentioned that?
We did not mention that, and that's a great point, too.
On a convertible.
And that's part of the whole picture there, factory air. All right, 1966 Corvette up next.
Selling at no reserve, the Laguna Blue. Delicious. With a bright blue interior and that L79 327 350 horse engine. A big favorite of ours. 4-speed manual. This one has power steering, telescopic steering column, and teakwood steering wheel. Oh, we love those too. Got the factory side exhaust, knockoff wheels, and gold line tires. Oh, nothing to squawk about on this Corvette. Selling at no reserve, and we're at $62,000, and I think there's still some room there.
Is that Laguna Blue, bright blue combo just spectacular with the gold lines?
Yes, and we're talking about rare color schemes, and we don't see this combo come through hardly at all. And we see Nassau blue quite frequently.
$67,000.
Oh, another bargain hunter's delight.
So we'll wrap up this little run of no reserve cars with 2012 Bentley Mulsanne now.
Twin turbo V8. Yeah, not the big V12 guy, but still 505 horsepower. And oh, so many comfort and convenience features in this Bentley Mulsanne. This is the long wheelbase 4-door version. This is the bigger brother to the 2 doors that we see come through here, the GTs and the GTCs. But oh my, what a luxurious ride. Velvety, soft interior. An isolated car. When you're inside this car, you know, you would not hear Scott playing his bass guitar, even if he were sitting in the trunk. Don't be mad at me.
No, I'm not.
You're a great bass player.
It's like wearing noise-canceling headphones.
Pretty much.
You know,
that's my point.
You're right. You do feel just by yourself.
Yeah.
I love that car. I feel like that's a car that we should be driven in versus driving. You get that feeling, Chris?
For sure. It's all about the back seat with this car and the comfort.
It does kind of remind me of the movie Rushmore when Bill Murray had a similar Bentley. It was obviously a much earlier model, but
phenomenal
beautiful
movie.
ride.
Love it.
All right, $47,000. Whether you drive it or somebody else drives it, it just found a new owner. And that will make way now for one of our top Corvettes of this entire event. And I'm talking about 1958.
And it's a fuel injected. That Rochester ever familiar fuel injected unit on that 283 cubic inch small block Chevy. No expense spared on the restoration. And let me just say, that means it was an expensive restoration. Trust me on that. 4-speed transmission. They added it up, and 729 of these 58 Corvettes finished in the original paint color of charcoal with the Inca silver coves. Full wheel covers, tidy-whitey white walls, but yeah, the restoration is really what makes this Corvette so desirable and collectible.
Yeah, you nailed it, Bill. That color combination is sublime, and then you add in the red interior there. Unbelievable. And of course, you know, we talk about it every time. 58 was the first year for those tail lights, which is a complete redesign on the Corvette. Absolute stunners. And then the one-year-only suspenders over the deck lid and the louvers on the front. We talked about it before. Very polarizing. Some people love them. A lot of people don't. And they were gone in 59.
Well, you mentioned the interior. Let's give credit to Al Nock. We've mentioned him before. That company responsible for so many Corvette restorations on the inside. And their stuff is the best.
Guys, you really see why this car represented both classy and sporty. That car just stunning with those colors on it.
Oh, so easy on the eye.
Going to take more than 135, so that's where we will leave it, and turn our attention next to the first of two landmark cars for Porsche, and I'm talking about the turbos. Chris, you mentioned this in a preview a little while ago. Anytime you discuss turbo in the Porsche world, a very small group of cars, big bucks.
Absolutely. First made contact with the public in 1973. The prototype was displayed at the Paris Motor Show. The production model made its debut at the Frankfurt Motor Show in August of 1974. The first model year for the turbo was 1975, and a legend was born. It was originally developed to homologate. However, it was so popular with the public that they just kept making them, as many as people would buy them. Didn't meet emission standards from 1980 to 1985, so none of those were available in the U.S. or Japanese market, but they made its return in 1986. It had been upped to a 3.3-liter flat six, which is what this is right here, backed up by the 4-speed transmission. A lot of people said, why can't we get the 5-speed? Well, it just couldn't handle the torque of the car. It did finally make its debut in 1987, which was the last year of the G Series. Finally got that G50 transmission 5-speed in that year. This one convertible, yellow, unusual color combination.
Yeah, the summer yellow you don't see very often at all.
I just wanted to say they really went through this car too. We are talking about new starter, alternator, clutch, flywheel, wheel bearings, brake system, everything.
A high bid of $110,000. And I think that'll close it out on that Porsche. We've got another one from a few years after that. Could be a top seller contender. That's coming up. Some of the cars we have coming up for you. I'll start with this 79 Trans Am. All you need to know, 39 miles. Bill Stevens.
Hey, you want to see another 5-star 69 Camaro Z28? Oh, garnet red, comprehensive body-off restorations, correct every single inch of it. And this one right here challenges all the other ones we've already seen. And now, who's next?
Oh, I'll take it from here, Bill. How about a 1969 Charger 500 426 Hemi under the hood, column shift, 3-speed automatic, done in white with these super cool orange Hemi decals on the hood and the rally stripe around the deck lid. Can you top that, Rut?
Chris, I'm going to try. Right in front of it, I've got a 70 Challenger RT convertible, originally born with the 383. Now it's got a 426 Hemi in there. It's got a 5-speed using that pistol grip. This thing is gorgeous. A fun car coming up, guys.
It is about set to roll to the block in a minute or two. Well, here it comes right now. Before we get to that one, however, we need to wrap up a 70 Buick Grand Sport convertible, Bill. We're at $66,000 and the reserve just came off.
Oh, what a killer car this is. Are you kidding me? It is a true Buick GS 455 convertible. This is not a stage one now. 350 horse, one of 1,040 that were built that year. And oh my, what it would be like to own that Buick. Wow.
Oh. My goodness, 66,000 buys it. Well, here we go now with the Challenger RT convertible that Rutledge just almost brought to the block for us.
Yeah, Hemi conversion, as he mentioned, came from the factory with the 383, now with a Hemi and a 5-speed manual transmission with a Hurst pistol grip shifter. Plum crazy purple. You see the white interior. That was just the Hemi, of course. And boy, that installation is almost factory correct. Wow. It could fool anybody.
Guys, what I dig about this one, and Chris, correct me if I'm wrong, some of these Mopars are so precise and so particular that it's kind of hard to use them because you're going to affect the value a lot. This car feels like with its mods, you could go out there and actually rip on and have some fun.
Absolutely. I mean, you know, the 70 Challenger 426 convertibles, the real ones, are super valuable, so you would be concerned about, you know, taking it on the road. But with the conversion from a 383, maybe not so much. And if they did the really good work of maybe changing out that front K-member so it can handle the upgrade in the engine compartment, you're going to get the performance out of it just as you would a factory 426.
Reserve off at 85,000.
Yeah, real numbers matching. Hemi, Challenger, RT convertible. Yep, that would be in deep space price-wise.
Well, speaking of Hemi, here is a real deal. 69 Charger 500, as we said.
Yeah, they wanted to go super speedway racing in 1969, and this is what Dodge came up with. And Chris, this had a star-crossed history. It just didn't hit the bullseye.
Yeah,
but,
you know, they tried. They tried with the front, flushing the headlights for aerodynamics. They tried with the rear glass here. They flushed this as well. They got rid of those cuts that you would see on the stock Charger, but it still didn't work. They weren't getting the performance that they wanted until they sent it out and had those nose cones and wings put on, and that's really where they had something on the super speedway, Bill.
Exactly, and of course the next car that they had was the Daytona, which we all know won its very first race when it came out. Buddy Baker was the first to go 200 miles an hour, one of those cars. Finished 1 and 2 in the NASCAR championship, and it was just a tremendous improvement. But they learned a lot from this car when they went out and did the Daytona.
And guys, we wouldn't have had the winged wars and the aero wars in NASCAR without this car pushing the limits. You know, it was actually such a pivotal moment for both Dodge and then eventually Plymouth, how they lost the King, they got it back. All of these different things happened, but this is another cool car, part of Curtis, the former New York police officer. We see his family there. This is, I think, his 4th car going through today.
Yeah, and this one has been restored by Julius out in California, restorations by Julius, obviously legendary Mopar restorer, so you know it's been done correct. And I bet you they didn't expect these cars to be so popular and iconic as they are today, back when they realized they had failed their experiment in the wind tunnel with these cars. But the fact that it's now bringing such high value and it's so coveted in the Mopar community, you know, it's right there to see.
Only 67 of them were built. This, of course, has the Hemi head 426, 425 horse with the 2 4-barrels. This one with an automatic transmission, the Torque Flight. And you're right. You would think that this car would be relegated to the dustbin of history by now, but no way.
I always love, if you're not sure if it's a Charger 500 coming at you on the road or not, it's the difference of hideaway headlights or those headlights mounted up there at the front, Chris. Makes all the difference.
The whole flushing of the front grille is what sets the Charger 500 apart, of course. And then these cars got sent out to a third-party customizer for the nose cones and the wings, and the legendary Daytona was born.
And it ends up gaveling for $125,000. All right, another 1969 Camaro Z28 has been patiently waiting at the center of the red carpet here.
Oh, I'm getting dizzy with all of these 69 Z28s. The quality, just the craftsmanship and presentation is just mondo beyond-o. This one has that numbers matching, 302, 290 horse, small block engine, M24 speed. Comprehensive body off restoration, as you can guess just by looking at anywhere. Look at the interior on this, the ivory interior against that garnet red. Oy, 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 oy. Nothing better. 69 Camaro was the Trans Am champion in 1969. And, you know, the Penske boys, Mark Donohue, they showed everybody the short way around. And Mark Donohue did not win the Drivers' Championship that year because they didn't have one yet. That came along a few years later. But these cars still maintaining tremendous amount of appetite in the collector community.
Okay, what in the world can you say about the next car other than it is simply remarkable? 1979 Trans Am. We've previewed it. I mentioned it a minute ago. We're already at six figures, and it's only got 39 miles on it, Bill.
Here I am talking about the Trans Am Championship, and the next car is a Pontiac Trans Am. Yep. How do we know? But yeah, that's just remarkable that this car only has 39 miles on the odometer. That Starlight Black, one of the preferred colors for not only the Trans Ams but GTOs, and the Carmen red interior. Look at that.
I would love to know the backstory on this one, because apparently it was a graduation gift in 1979 and was never driven. Just absolutely time capsuled in a garage somewhere. Super clean underneath as well, I'm sure, and all original car.
One owner, too.
Yeah.
Do you remember? I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. In 1979, Pontiac kind of opened up the options book, and you could get any color combination you wanted as far as the decal of the color and the exterior color. They recommended this color, but if you wanted something different, you could certainly go for it in 1979.
Yeah, they knew that in 1980 things would be changing power-wise, and so the 79 Trans Am, which became the highest-selling Trans Am, would offer a lot of flexibility for buyers. By the way, real quick,
yeah.
Do you remember the Les Lindley collection? I'm thinking about that Panther Pink Challenger that was a high school graduation present.
Right.
Remember, to the young girls? So this is sort of like the same Stratus.
Well, that's a cool view, looking down on the Susquehanna from the other side of the river at downtown Harrisburg. As Mecum Yellow Plymouth Barracuda rolls into place from 1966.
Yeah, the 66 Barracuda been reshot in that bright Mecum yellow, as you say. And that has the top engine option from 1966. That'd be the 273 cubic inch V8 with torque flight automatic.
And it sells at no reserve. Okay, pace car edition time. First one of these we've had today. This is from 1970.
Yeah, not many of these were built. 268 all in with that 455. That's a replacement 455, but replaced very carefully, as you can see. All correct lines and hoses and harnesses and all that stuff. 3-speed, automatic, turbo, automatic in there. You get a 4-speed too, of course. Power steering and power brakes with front discs and AC. Big money being bid on this Olds. '70, of course, General Motors lifted that cubic inch limit on their intermediate cars, which had been 400 cubes, and boy, all the divisions went nutty in 1970. You know, we know about the 454s at Chevy and the 455s at Pontiac and Buick and Oldsmobile.
High bid here, Bill, on the Olds Pace Car Edition, $62,000, and now to a serious, well, before we get to the serious contender for The top 3 or 4 or 5 of the auction thought they were going to reopen that, but they have decided not to. So 67 is the bid on that Oldsmobile. Now, 1992 Porsche 911 Turbo. This is the 964 generation, Chris, and pretty low mileage, and wait till we see the bidding on this car.
My goodness, Scott, we had the 88 go across just a little while ago. This is the next generation, as you said, the 964, and the Turbo for Porsche was solidly back by this year. Same displacement as the 88, 3.3 liters. However, this one's got the 5-speed G50 transmission in it. Black over that champagne interior, sunroof car, the beautiful whale tail, the Speedline wheels, which are actually off a 3.6 liter turbo. If you are the winning bidder, you do get the original chrome turbo wheels that came on this car. But man, few cars I say are perfect. This car is perfect as is. Those speed lines look so good on there.
Yes, they do. And look at the numbers. 225 is bid.
Yeah, this is definitely one of the cars I dreamed of. I had this on a poster on my wall growing up in Birmingham, Alabama. And I think it had the turbo fans, the original chrome wheels in that picture. But man, when you see those speed lines, you think about how 3-piece wheels have become so prevalent now. But this was one of those high water marks when you saw them on the cars. I always love the taillights, the sail panel. They aged a little differently plastic-wise than some of the other parts. But to me, that really set that period correct.
Yeah, well, the 964 was a complete redesign from the G Series that preceded it, and it's the second to last iteration of the air-cooled Porsches. Of course, that went out with the 993 generation. And these air-cooled Porsches, the market is just skyrocketing, especially in the G Series, but certainly in the 964s and 993s as well.
Yeah, we've seen with shows like Luft de Côte. Did I say that right?
Yep.
It's pretty close.
Luft de Côte, the German for air-cooled.
It's really people's connection with those being air-cooled, even though in almost every way the water-cooled, especially water-cooled turbo, would just stomp these cars in the ground. People don't care. They love this. To know that intercooler's hidden underneath that big whale tail.
Yep.
It's just a gorgeous car.
Yeah, you had to bring that temperature down on the air going through the intake in order to get the maximum performance out of that turbo. And it looks like it is not going to sell, Scott.
Correct. Good effort. 240 is going to be the high bid, and it's still available. It'll go to the bid goes on. So I fully expect, Chris, you and I to take a walk over there later and check into it, see where it is.
Halvesies?
Yeah, sure, absolutely. Hey, Bill, can I borrow your credit card?
Yes, you know what decline means, right?
1953 resto-modded, customized Chevy 3100.
Customized everywhere you look. That is a brand spanking new 454 sitting there. Horsepower, I'm going to guess maybe 400. Automatic transmission, vintage air. Underneath, independent front suspension setup with 4-wheel power disc brakes and power steering.
Guys, this is a 5-window. It was a more deluxe cab. That's where you can see the extra side windows there on either side, behind the driver, over the shoulder of the passenger, and really sets those apart for kind of how fancy of a truck it would have originally been. But beautiful job on this restoration.
Yeah, I call these a split window truck. Also, you got 20-inch wheels. You got a good look at those right there.
Well, the high bid on that 5-window is $62,000. And we will let that wrap up this segment. Next segment kicks off in about 3 minutes.
'67 Rally Red L88 Corvette. It is one of 20 L88s produced that year, one of one that came in Rally Red. Now I know what you're thinking, please tell me all the good stuff, like the 427 V8 that's under the hood that they said was making 430 horsepower. It's not. It's a lot more. It's closer to 500. How about it's got the Muncie M22 Rock Crusher 4-speed transmission? You bet. Oh, does it have air conditioning? Of course not. It's an L88. You don't get air conditioning because you got speed, you got style, you got power. And someone is going to be lucky enough to take this bad boy home when it crosses the block at Mecum Monterey, August 2025.
Well, Rutledge said it all right there on that L88, red and red. And our coverage starts on the 15th of August. That's about 3 weeks from right now. We'll see you out on the West Coast for a big car week. 1983 Mercedes-Benz 380 SL at no reserve.
Yeah, we see this generation of the 300 series come through, the 380, and then you got the 500s. And when they're low mileage and in excellent condition, they trade for a lot more than this. This one was just sold at $17,000.
Guys, I just want to say I'm so excited about that L88. I'm not going to be able to make it to Monterey this year. I hope to join you guys next year. But it is so fun to get to go and do those previews where I get to drive some of these cars. Please don't stop doing that. I'm having the time of my life.
We can see the enthusiasm when we watch those previews.
Absolutely.
1972 K10 pickup truck to wrap up the glamour era, and they have gone glamour in all caps on this pickup truck, Bill.
Yes, glamour, but not much in the way of modifications. Does have a 350 in it with the automatic transmission, AC, power steering, and brakes. You've heard me say that before. It's kind of like most of the ingredients that we see in these slightly upgraded K10 four-wheel drive Chevys. New retro 17-inch wheels with heavy-duty rubber.
I'm talking just glamour from a visual eyeball standpoint. I mean, that is a beautiful truck.
Oh, yeah. The two-tone, the way that the cab is white, then it goes to the blue, then back to the white, back to the blue. And it's bringing big money.
$55,000. And
still not enough.
That will not be it, right? So next up is a pickup truck from 1956 this time.
Let's go 180 degrees in the other direction here with a customized 56 3100. First of all, they restored it, and they spent a lot of money on that because they took the body off the frame, and that way they can hit every square inch of this truck before they get into the customization. Dropped in a small block Chevy with a 700 R4 automatic with overdrive. And then on that 350, they mounted Edelbrock carburetor and intake, and on the inside, all restitched in custom leather. Out back, you see the bed, hardwood bed with those stainless rub strips. Again, meticulously installed.
Did a really nice job on the tailgate of this truck. You can see kind of two little sliders, one on either side, and that's to shave those bed chains. So you still have the functionality of the tailgate. That's how you kind of move it in and out. But when you see that thing from the side and that low profile, that's when those step sides really come to life for me. When you see a wheel and tire, it just fills it up like that.
Yeah, those old fat fenders, step side pickups. They have the look. Those are Riddler wheels, by the way, 18 inches in diameter.
Still don't work. How about a Mecum rule of 70?
Okay. Does he want to get 62? Okay. I'm going to close it at 60,000. What do you have?
60. If he doesn't come up, what are we doing?
Mecum rules affect certain
However, if you counter, we can open the bid back up. The truck can get even higher. Service lines get $70,000 on the truck.
Kind of what I was afraid.
Travis has a look at it.
Wife said hell no.
Okay. He said $60,000 he's all spent. Is that correct?
I got 60.
What? You want to get 62? You look like you did. Young man, you got savings account, don't you? I got $60,000.
Well, the guy on the upper left is adamant about not doing the Mecum rule, but the reserve came off anyway.
Yeah.
And he's still got the upper hand at 60K.
$60,000 is bid, 62 protocol. Whoop, two. Well,
how about that?
Yeah.
That's pretty cool.
I'm thinking that maybe while we were watching the bidder, Frank was doing a little mathematics with the consigner.
And, you know, I was watching the young lady, the missus there, and she was shaking her head. No way are we doing that Mecum rule. But as it turned out, they didn't have to, and they are overjoyed. That's pretty cool. Travis Delzell there helping out with that particular winning bid for 60 grand. Well, here's another 409 equipped Impala, Bill.
Yep. Now, the last one we saw had the 340 horse, the base 409. This one has 2 4-barrels, which could mean it's the 425 cubic inch, 425 horsepower 409. The consigner's not telling us, but that's okay with the 2 4-barrels. That is not a slow car. Does have the Power Glide automatic in it, though. The last car we saw had the 4-speed. There's that tachometer that I mentioned before on the last one, Scott. Remember, it's right over the steering column.
Yep, yes, sir.
Yeah, they replaced the steering column in that last one with a tilt steering column and sacrificed that little tachometer.
Our man John Atkinson there on our jib camera is going to give us a little peek in there. There you see it.
Yep, good view. Power Glide might tug it down just a little bit, although the condition of that car certainly is without fault.
Up next,
okay, Trev Morbeck says, okay, we're done. 39,000. Sold it. 96 Viper GTS, Bill.
Yeah.
We're going to just turn you loose on this one.
Well, I had one for 5 years and enjoyed every single minute of it. I was as excited just walking up to it and getting into it as I was when I drove it. 450 horsepower V10, as they all had in 1996. 6-speed manual transmission. And when you say Dodge Viper, for a lot of people, this is the one that they picture. So unforgettable. You get factory air in the Viper, and this is the first year for the coupe, by the way. Power windows and door locks. No options, really. They all came out pretty much trimmed the way this one is trimmed. Fast, stylish, sexy, cool. And I can't help but think that, maybe I should have held on to mine. But you've been there, I know, Rut.
Oh, for sure. You know, this was a car that I saw come out when I was a junior in high school, and I thought, how awesome. They put a hard top on there, the blue with the white stripes. It's just such an insanely well done car.
Oh.
But I'm with you. There's plenty of cars I've gotten rid of, and I regret it. Bill, we could get you in right now.
I'm thinking, oh boy.
70 grand. Part of that, because the consigner's telling us it's only got 3,000 or so miles on the clock.
Yeah, you know, Tom Gale, the designer at Chrysler, called Pete Brock when they were penning this car out on the drawing board and asked him if it was okay if they poached a little bit of the Daytona coupe when they built this, and Pete was thrilled. He said, absolutely.
And we saw a time period where those values came down a little bit. Seems like they're climbing back up again, guys.
Low mileage cars will do that.
Okay, 70 for the Viper, and we move now to a 2004 Porsche 911 Turbo Cabriolet, which has kind of snuck in here under the radar. I don't think Chris and I, either one, knew this car was here.
Yeah, this is of the 996 generation, and this one's a turbo all-wheel drive. A lot of people were critical about this car, mostly because of the headlights more than anything else. They kind of thought as they aged, too, they sort of looked like runny eggs, but I think largely it had to do with the fact that they had the corner light kind of in there integrated into the whole system. But these are cars that drive a lot better than the air-cooled generation before it. Tons of power, Scott. You can tune these and get 500 easy.
And interesting to note here that it's a cabriolet, as you see, the first time that they offered this with a turbo since back in 1989.
Yeah, my dear friend Tanner Faust bought a hardtop one of these, and when he bought it, it was tuned at just over 800 to the wheels and incredibly unpleasant to ride in after dinner. And he tuned that one down a touch. It was a little closer to 7 before he sold it. But great cars, especially for the money. Ooh, that's hard to beat.
$53 is the current bid at no reserve. Yeah, riding in a 911 Turbo of any generation is way different than driving one, because there's a sensation that you can't predict. With or without food in your belly, right? I remember my friend Brian back home had a 97 Turbo. Let me drive it. And he's like, what are you doing? Be careful with my car. And he had never ridden in that car with anybody else.
Oh, so different.
So it freaked him out, yes. Yes, indeed. Okay, $52,000. That Porsche has found a new home heading out from Harrisburg. We'll be back after a quick timeout. Stay with us on ESPN+.
You give 120, 120, 120. How many people think he should? How many people think he should sell it? Put it in the bag. Gonna close the bid now. Now wait. I said wait. Don't turn on me. Just wait. If you'll raise your bid to 125, I'll sell it to you right now. Drop the hammer immediately. I mean, all these people, I'll get them all to yell sold. Okay?
Hey! What? He said he'd give 120. There you go.
Well, he did raise his bid to $120,000, and Frank said the reserve is off. There we go. On the count of three, we're going to sell it to him, okay? 1, 2, 3.
Oh, audience participation at its finest here at a Mecum Harrisburg event.
True democracy.
Absolutely. Love it. We're at the Pennsylvania Farm Show Complex and Expo Center in Harrisburg, live on ESPN+. Glad you're with us. The crowd is still here. A lot of folks out walking around and checking out some of this lineup that remains with us today for a few more hours anyway. And the next car on the block is from 1970, and this is kind of an important car here, and not kind of, it's a very important car. And you see at the top of the screen the description, a pilot car built.
We see them sometimes.
Yep.
And the explanation, pretty simple. They will take a pilot car before full production begins, and if there's anything at all that they think might work on the production version, they'll give it a shot, and sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't. So this one has something that did work, and that's the V-Code 440 6-barrel engine with 390 horsepower. And it also has the 4-speed manual. You saw it there with the pistol grip shifter. And it is a convertible.
Yeah, the first V-Code convertible.
So that's why you're seeing the kind of bidding that you're seeing right now. Pilot cars don't traditionally always mean big money. Depends on the car.
Right.
And it depends, you know, how successful the car was after it was released out of the factory as a pilot car. So you can see that this one, people definitely understand its importance.
However, it does, when you see pilot car attached to it, it does command that you investigate what it is.
Yeah, what it was.
You got to make sure.
Yeah, what was it about this car that was like a laboratory experiment before it went into production?
$370 is the bid. Well, this pilot car will get to $370,000, and that is it for now. So that'll go to the bid goes on. Coming up, it's 1971 Boss 351.
We've had a few of these, and we love seeing them because, again, this is a car that represents kind of like the last chapter of original Mustang high performance until we moved along up to, you know, the F cars, the Fox body cars. 312 were ordered in this bright blue metallic, but it's the powertrain, of course, that we have to give homage to. The 351 330 horse V8, 1 year only. That motor and this generation of the Mustang. Functional ram air and a 4-speed transmission. And you can probably guess it's got that 391 traction lock rear end like so many others. And Kevin Marty's Deluxe Report will give you all of the background on this car. It comes along with it. And these cars here continue to demand strong bidding.
Bill, did you like that kind of birth of the lights in the grille on this one? Because we saw that kind of end up carrying over to the Mustang too, didn't we? Didn't that kind of stick around for a little while?
You know, my brother John Craman and I used to debate these cars. He liked them, and I said, look at the 70 Mustang. You're trying to tell me this is an improvement over that? So, yeah.
75 grand, the high bid for that Boss 351. Chris Jacobs is going to give us a sneak peek at what we can expect on the block pretty soon.
Oh yeah, Scott, we still got about 2.5 hours of coverage left, and so many great cars are going to cross the block in that time, including this 1967 custom Camaro. We see so many 69s customized. It's nice to see a 67 get this treatment. That is a 355 topped off by an Edelbrock fuel injection system, making 500 horsepower there, backed up by a Muncie 4-speed transmission. Saw the custom intro wheels there in front of Willwood disc brakes at all 4 corners. The exposed fuel cell in the trunk is very cool. This is Matrix Gray Metallic is what they're calling this paint, and it shows up very well against the flush-mounted tinted glass all the way around. And my favorite touch has got to be this right here. Check this out. On the front decal, they have ghosted in an RS logo. Very cool. Hideaway headlights. Gas permeable hood hinges on here. This thing's got all the touches. And again, we normally see this treatment on a 69. Very nice to see it on a 67, Scott.
Very cool. Thanks for the details on that, Chris. That'll be headed our way in the not too distant future as we get set to bring you back to the block. And lo and behold, Bill Stevens, another pilot car has arrived.
What are the odds to have two and crossing so close together? And this one also with the 440 6-pack engine. And this one with a 4-speed transmission as well. Yep, a pilot car. Again, pre-production. Let's try this, let's try that, let's do this, and let's see if it hangs together. This is in the Chrysler registry. A 33 track pack car as well. 390 horse out of that 440. Red, white interior. And of course you see the black along the console and the dashboard. Just a symphony of color for that 70 Challenger RT.
300 is the current bid. The CUDA with the 440 a little while ago bid to 370.
It's so wild to me, not being a huge Mopar guy, Chris, to see the value that the pilot cars really hold to the fans of this stuff, because it's kind of a unique offshoot, but it doesn't necessarily make them superior vehicles.
Not superior at all. It's what makes them superior is the rarity, and that's really what the Mopar crowd goes after, the one-of-ones, you know, the very high-profile, this was the first one to have this, or this is the only one to have these options. Sure. That's what the Mopar crowd really goes for.
Okay, 350 will be your bid goes on number, as that one will roll away here in a second or two, and a 63 split window Corvette coming up behind it.
Scott, with some of the Corvettes that we have had here today, we could do Bloomington Gold 2.0. No,
yes, indeed.
I mean, I'm not exaggerating. Yeah. How about a top flight split window coupe? And you're looking at it right here. 340 horse, 327. Just an unlimited frame-off restoration with a detailed list of the parts and the labor that went into it. The engine has been balanced and blueprinted, so that's putting out more than 340 horse, the factory rating, with a 4-speed. You see the exterior's the saddle tan and the saddle interior.
For those who may not recall, Bill is referencing back in the day, probably 15 years ago at least. Well, 15 years ago, we did Bloomington Gold auctions for several years that were Corvette exclusive. That was it.
Yeah, and gave us
have a good rest of the day.
It gave us a pretty clear view of the Corvette market too.
Really did.
Watching the way the cars were sold, what people were willing to pay.
132.5.
Gotta
be a little stronger.
$132,500 bid.
He wanted 140.
You don't get that from 150.
How much you want to get for that purple car? Yeah, no kidding. 135.
Gentleman on the phone with the consignor, or at least whoever's making the decision. And they decided to take the reserve off. There we go.
Yeah, that's big money. This is a non-fuelie split window coupe too, and a rather unusual color combination, but that didn't hold it back. I think the NCRS Top Flight has a lot to do with the desirability of that.
Okay, Chris Jacobs previewed this beautiful Bonneville from Pontiac in 1958 a little while ago. Good effort on previewing that car, worthy of our attention right now.
Oh yes, a little story behind the story. Bunky Knudsen, he was a real high performance fan, came in and ran Pontiac beginning in '55, and the first thing he said was, we need to improve the image of Pontiacs. They're like dowdy housewife grocery getters. And in '57, the Bonneville came out with fuel injection, and then they came out with the tri-power engine like this one in 1958. Pontiac was in a pitched battle with Plymouth for #3 total sales in the country, and Pontiac sales mushroomed. This car, a Carlisle GM Nationals Award winner, it's on the cover of Car and Parts magazine, and that 370 cubic inch tri-power V8 engine is the big difference maker here. Cashmere blue with white paint, power operated top, and all the extras. Radio, spotlight mirror, the correct T3 headlights, and the Continental spare tire. And look where we are, knocking on the door of $100,000.
And you got to get a look inside at this gauge cluster, and especially the steering wheel. This is pure artistry right here. Just gorgeous work, amazing style in this car.
Well, they've reopened the bid. Don't ever lose hope at a Mecum auction.
All Chris had to do was show everybody that dashboard.
I know what to do.
That's all it takes. That's it.
97.5. Yes, indeed. Thought we might have to get to 100, but hey, that's still good money and a beautiful car. All right, we'll step aside for a moment or two here and pick up the car.
We're back here in Harrisburg, and we kind of have twinsies for you, but not really. First of all, this 1969 GTO Judge. Yep, it's got the Ram Air 3, 366 horse, 4-speed transmission, and this is an award-winning car. But look what's right behind it. It's another 1969 Pontiac GTO Judge. This has the Ram Air 3. Of course, that was the standard engine in the Judge. This one with a 4-speed transmission, and this one, well, it's got a lot of documentation with it, so you can kind of do your homework on this automobile and find out exactly if that car is exactly what it looks like. And these are rolling toward the block in a matter of minutes.
Just starting to make that right-hand turn, and there you see off in the distance the first of those two Judges coming up. In the meantime, need to cover what's going on with this Challenger RT 50th anniversary coupe from 2020. No reserve, by the way, sorry.
No reserve, yeah. We're going to get a new owner on this. It's got a Hemi 5.7, less than 9,000 miles, and lots of 50th anniversary logos throughout this automobile. Kind of special.
Just sold for $30,000. 1970 Roadrunner convertible.
Oh, these Mopars. Wow. Hardly any are exactly the same, and some of them a little bit outside the box. This one in vitamin C orange. 1970 Roadrunner convertible. Remember when they debuted in 1968, there was no such thing. This has the 335 horse 383 with a 4-speed and the Hurst pistol grip shifter.
Guys, like I love with you, I can't stop thinking about Mopars and pilot cars right now. And I'm just racking my brain, because if the pilot car is worth $350, let's say, maybe $375, what's the second car worth? If it was built the identical way, is that a $60,000 car? Is it that much of a discrepancy?
It's a good question.
I mean, I know the rarity is already...
They would probably call it the co-pilot car.
Oh,
Rut, don't fight it. Don't fight it.
Just accept it.
Don't fight it, Rut.
You know what? It tells me if you can't get it out of your head, that means we're all doing our job.
It's amazing, because then I sit here and look at this beautiful car and I go, the bid's going on, didn't get above 45, and I go, well, that's it. That's an awesome car for that money. Somebody should keep going. It's wild.
Yeah, that's a few zip codes away from what it's going to sell for. That's just way short of the goal line.
Guys, I don't want to seem judgy, but it's about to get judgy.
All rise.
All rise.
It's Judge O'Clock.
Yes. Oh, we love these cars. Debut year for the Judge, 1969. And the standard engine was the Ram Air 3, 366 horsepower. You get a Ram Air 4, and that was rated at 370. That's worth a belly laugh, I'll tell you that. 4-speed here. And the power front disc brakes, always available on the Judges. Power steering. Got the bill sheet, PHS documents as well. And there you see the interior, all original, all completely correct. Ain't been no hanky-panky committed on this Judge. And the reserve is off at $125,000. Carousel red, the most orangey red color you can ever imagine.
No doubt about that.
Yeah.
Well, one of the two Judges in the books at $125,000.
Now, that Judge had 988 miles on the odometer, okay? And it was an award-winning car, including Concours Gold. Let's see what the second one does with over 98,000 miles on the odometer, but similar in condition and equipment, with just about everything that we had on the previous Judge comes along with this one.
And same consignor owns both of these cars, and it's really rare to see two cars like this go through back-to-back, but I think this is something the consignor wanted to do. I just can't imagine what it would be like to own one of these, let alone two awesome GTO Judges.
Oh, double your fun.
Well, $5,000 difference. One sells, one doesn't for the time being. I was trying to look to find, you know, the differences between the two cars.
Very few differences at all.
Hard to see.
And they were both Ram Air, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Ram 3.
That's wild. How cool.
Yeah.
Okay, so one at 125 has found a new owner. The other one at 120,000. The bid goes on, and we check out next Z06 Corvette from 2011.
Yeah, we had one of these a little bit earlier, the C6 Z06. And just about this time, the Z06 was packing 505 horsepower out of that 7-liter LS7. 6-speed manual transmission, black outside, black inside, double black, yep, with some power equipment as well. But this is a car that will absolutely positively challenge your driving skills. If you try to drive this to 10/10, you had better know what you're doing. This car could get ahead of you real easily.
It looks like a few tasteful mods, different wheels it seemed like, or at least they've been painted. Headlights seem to have had a few little things added to them, but that's a well-bought car.
Oh my goodness. Sub 30 grand for a 2011 Z06.
Yeah, in that kind of condition.
All right. We are awaiting the arrival of that car.
When you hear a car like this fire up, this is that moment I have where I realize that a lot of these consigners wish there was just like a small drag strip they could just do a smoky burnout as they roll towards the block.
Yeah.
Oh, you've got me on board. Yeah, this is a car, obviously, that would be a very difficult car to live with on the street every day. There's just too much done to it. Those Renegades at Skip White Performance did this engine. It's a stroker with 489 horsepower.
I'm sure you could find a way to live with this car on the street.
It would be a challenge, but one I'm willing to take up. Let's put it that way. There's your Holly Sniper fuel injection, forged pistons, and inside fortified connecting rods, crankshaft, comp cams, roller cam with a high energy rocker arms.
Big Hoosier tires on the back.
Yeah, you know there's a 4-link hiding underneath there with those big tires and 4 9-inch rear end with 4 56 gears. Yeah, you get out on Main Street and you can do a wheelie for all the assembled multitude that are standing there watching you.
I'm sure glad they added those Willwood brakes, because when you got that kind of power and that kind of grip, the next thing you need is some brakes to slow down.
You need brakes and in some instances a drag chute as well. You know? No, that is serious high performance you're looking at right there.
And it's interesting, sometimes we see people put a cowl hood on a car that doesn't really have the power to match it, but when you see a car that needs it, really uses it, it's just something special about it.
Oh, it belongs.
We're working on it. It'll happen. It'll happen.
That's a race-prepared turbo 350 automatic transmission with an FTI torque converter. The stall speed is 3,800
Come on, Sellers!
RPMs. Ooh.
Buy your new bass boat.
I can do 72. I can do.
Come on.
I know, but I can do 72.
It's gonna happen. Come on.
72. 72 is your check. Yes, sir.
Come on, Seller. Seller, everybody. Sell that car. Seller.
Do it.
Oh, no.
Hang on.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I figured it was kind of just a matter of time.
Yep. Happens that way sometimes.
Congratulations.
So,
yeah!
$77,000.
And it
What
does
do we
sell
say?
then
Sold!
for
We are selling them in
$77,000.
My honor, young lady.
Oh, what a machine they
Thank
just
you.
bought. I think before
We
they
had to
take
the long
delivery,
road on that.
some psychological screening might be appropriate.
Apparently you know from personal experience,
Well,
right?
I hate to admit it.
Yeah. All right, Bill, here we go. Your El Camino, and not just an El Camino from 1970, but with that King Kong engine, the LS6.
450 horse, 454. We know the specs. Whenever these cars come through, everybody takes notice. It's original through and through. Rock Crusher M22 4-speed with a 12-bolt rear end, 331 gears, Fathom blue, blue interior. I wouldn't change a thing. Let's see what happens. Already at $130,000. One of only 500 LS6 El Caminos.
Yeah, and it's got documentation to back that up, Bill.
Sure.
Build sheet, like you say. The registry listing. Great color, no stripes.
And no modern stuff. Again, sometimes we see the originality and the rarity of these cars really come together to make sort of the superhero of the vehicle. And this is a perfect example.
Oh, you are so correct. The only known example without stripes in the cowl induction hood.
Okay, well, the high bid on the LS6L Camino, 140. More still to come.
Welcome back to Harrisburg, everybody. Our continuing coverage of Mecum Auctions. It's 3 o'clock on the East Coast. We hope you're enjoying your Saturday, and thank you for joining us. Tons of great cars coming in the next 2 hours as we wrap up our 18 hours of coverage here in Harrisburg. Check out this bad boy, 2023 Camaro ZL1. That is shark skin metallic you're looking at, over a black interior with red accents. Now this car is powered by the LT4. That's the 6.2 liter, making 550 horsepower. That's made it to a 6-speed manual transmission. So quite the drivetrain in this bad boy. Relatively low mileage here, just over 2,400 miles on the clock. So you're essentially getting a brand new car. Spoiler kit all the way around. You're looking at those forged graphite wheels. And of course, this will be going across the block this afternoon. Scott, back to you.
Very good, CJ. Thank you very much. Coming up, maybe another hour or less than that, perhaps, here in Harrisburg. All right. Next up on the block, they're trying to get it moving in a forward fashion. I think they've got things straightened out. This 1993 Toyota Supra Custom may be a Rutledge Wood Signature Edition. Bill, what do you think?
We'll ask him.
I sure wish it was. I tell you what, guys, you're looking at a Mark IV Supra, right-hand drive, Japanese. This build, they said, they spent over $200,000, and I can absolutely believe it. When you look under the hood at that, of course, the famous 2JZ GTE, you notice the twin turbos are gone. One huge turbo is in its place. This engine was built by Titan Motorsports out of Florida. They do things right. So many little touches on this car, but I know you're thinking, okay, so they built the engine, they put a huge turbo. That's not enough. How about some HRE wheels? How about build two different nitrous tanks in the back? That's 75 and 75. That'd be 150 shot of nitrous. This car is a rocket ship. Automatic transmission was rebuilt. Everywhere on it, they have done some sort of modification. A beautiful car.
I can only guess the kind of power that car is putting out, and I'm going to guess probably an 8-second car in a quarter mile, and it probably, you know, you better have your toupee glued on real solidly when you punch that throttle.
For sure. There's a parachute kit on the back for a reason. I'm going to guess that's 1,000 horsepower, maybe a little bit over, but bid goes on that one, Scott.
Yeah, they proudly displaying those tanks in the rear window there. Okay, and you're right, the bid goes on, and a 2002 Hummer H1 is all lined up and ready to go behind it.
Yeah, the market on these things seems to be pretty healthy. Even though this is a 2002 now, we're going back 23 years. We find a 396 horsepower V8 in there with the automatic transmission. And these are so big on the outside and rather cramped on the inside, except this body configuration gives you a little bit more room in there. But that's really not the story. These are, right now, they're a cultural symbol. When they were first produced and people started buying the non-military versions of these, started a whole new area of cultural worship. People love these trucks, and they've maintained their value over the years. Very expensive when they were new, but nice ones like this, yeah, look at us. We're at $8,000.
You know, the funny thing is, when we're long since retired and moved on 20 years from now or whatever, may not be 80 grand, but they're still going to be very desirable and a symbol car truck.
Yeah, no question. It's just one of those things that
80, isn't he?
somebody that has the money and the
80 with
resources
Nick.
and wants something that none of his neighbors have, you'd be safe buying this. Oh, this got so many extras on it. Roof rack, light bar. It's got that snorkel if you want to drive it underwater. That central tire inflation system. All the LED lights everywhere, traction control. Yeah, the H1 is the big one, and even the H2 now, a slightly smaller Hummer, is also very collectible.
Russ Conklin going around the room to see if anybody else is interested.
I got 78,000.
79.
Can't do it.
Yeah.
I'll give you a check for
79.
75 grand.
79. On a Hummer.
That's what on that check. At 85, you net 76.5.
79.
At 85, you net 76.5.
80. Going to be 80 sugar. 79. 80,000. 80 pounds and up. 79 pounds. 80 pounds and up. Anybody else?
I net you 76.5.
79 pounds. 80 pounds and up. 79. 80 pounds and up. Last call.
Yes.
Reserve is off.
Okay, make sure the numbers all hang together. And the reserve's off.
80 pounds and dollars. Last call. 70 pounds at 80 pounds.
I've been really surprised over the years at how many companies started making more and more aftermarket parts for these. So I think it had to do with how many of the non-civilian ones started making the market guys. But somebody's going to love having that thing.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was referring to, how a whole industry has grown up around these trucks.
It has.
You know?
150 to start at 60 down to 70 pounds.
Okay, 79 buys the Hummer, and right behind it, Bill, is 2017 Corvette with some Yanko flavor to it.
Yeah. Number 7 of 50 Yanko SC Corvettes made by SVE back in 2017. Supercharged 6.8 liter LT1 based engine with lots of go fast parts sneaking in there. I'm guessing maybe 550, close to 600 horse. Odometer reads 378 miles. Brembo brakes, multi-spoke alloy wheels, and that yellow color, Corvette Racing yellow. That's a ride and a half.
And a high bid of $85,000. Second year for the Camaro, 1968. Second year also for the Z28. And as we discussed a little bit yesterday, kind of started to get a little bit of steam and a little bit of cred by 68.
Yeah, it was under the radar in 67 and then in 68. As the folks at Chevrolet really wanted to be competitive in Trans Am, they wanted to make the car more visible, and they did that. Powertrain was the same as in 67, a 302, with an underrated 290 horsepower number on there with a 4-speed transmission. Teal blue is the color we're looking at. Lots of original paperwork as well go along with it. They had to take the 327 cubic inch engine and they had to pull it down to 302 to make it legal for Trans Am. The 305 cubic inch limit required that.
So, Bill, the Z28, obviously, to your point, it had to be sized down to make those classifications for the racing side, but was this the fastest Camaro in 68, or was it just kind of the preferred one?
No, it wasn't the fastest, because in 68 you get a 396 in there.
Okay.
So, yeah, which would give you certainly more horsepower, but in terms of, let's say, I don't know, cachet, the Z28 probably was the Camaro.
Gotcha.
High bid here on this Z28 is $105,000. Let's check in with Chris Jacobs.
Scott, this car proves that there is something for everyone here in Harrisburg. 1967 Volkswagen Beetle, but check out all the cool custom touches on this car. Well, I don't know if they're custom or not, but for instance, look at the luggage rack on the roof. Just so well done there. And not only one luggage rack, but look at the one on the engine compartment too. This is very cool. So how do you get to the engine? Well, this has got a mechanism here where you push this out of the way and this whole luggage rack hinges upward, and then you can access that 1500cc, making a whopping 57 horsepower back there. Of course, it's got the rear window louvers just to protect that interior from the sunlight. And then my favorite detail, you get a look at the center of the steering wheel there. Don't have to look too far to see what time it is. What a cool touch on this 67. And it'll be going across the block a little bit later today, Scott.
And we will bring it to you. Chris, thank you very much. We'll bring you to the block, speaking of that, right now with a Z06 from 2019.
Oh, somebody cue up Monster Mash. Whoa, baby. 650 horsepower, 6.2 liter supercharged V8, 7-speed manual. Yep, this was the swan song for the C7 generation. And, you know, you've heard this expression before. It went out with a bang. This, and, of course, the ZR1.
High bid, I think 47 on the car. And so pace car edition from 1969, a Camaro RSSS convertible.
Yeah, wow. This one with the small block, the 350, 300 horse. You could get the 396 in your pace car too if you wanted more power. But this one has been prepared and detailed to the nines, including the underside. We can show you that right now. That is spotless. Wow. Look at the floor pans there. Exhaust system, there's the rear end. Great shot of that with the suspension and that third member. That is show quality, fellas.
I believe this was a car that was displayed in the State Farm booth, and they always have the top-notch rides in there. This one fit right in.
And guys, were a lot of them, did a lot of people remove the pace car logos on the side? Because this one has a nice little stripe kit on the side that would have interfered with that. But
yeah, the decals would come with the car. Any Indy 500 pace car, you had that option, and they decided not to show them on this one.
Cool.
Good to have you here with us today on ESPN Plus. Don't forget, if you missed any of our previous episodes, they will be available, everything in their entirety, on YouTube starting on Thursday at the Mecum YouTube channel, I should say. Look at the bidding here, Bill, on a 69 Z28. We've shot north of six figures here.
Right out of the box. And if there's one Z28 we've had today that deserves to sell for this kind of money so quickly, this is it. You know, a couple months ago, there was a Camaro high performance data analysis report that was issued on this car. Again, all that and documentation to go along with it. The restoration, need no description there. We talked about this in our preview earlier. The overspray patterns and the inspection markings and all those labels have been replicated according to what would have happened at the factory. Original trim tag, 12-bolt posi rear end, and that Muncie 4-speed and engine all were in that car when it was born. Wow.
Thank you.
Thank you. Well, they're going to be happy with it for sure. Mitch Bartunik helping out with the new ownership at $125,000.
Boy, I'd take that to the Camaro Nationals, and I'd be competing for best of show, I guarantee you.
You said it, man.
Yeah.
Actually, you know what? The bidding went up so quickly, I had to double check, make sure that was not a JL8 brake car.
Oh, right, yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It wasn't, just so you know. But
not a cross ram, not a
wow,
JL8.
Right. Still so good. Okay, Series 3 E-Type Jaguar from 1974.
Yeah, this is when they moved up to the V12 engine in the E-Type. That's what this one has, 5.3 liters with an automatic transmission. Acquired taste here in your XKE. Some people prefer that little 6-cylinder that ran in the XKE from day one, and of course the 4-speed transmission. But There is no faulting the presentation and condition on this E-Type. We're at $65,000.
You are an unashamed Jaguar fan. What about these, though, the E-Types, the Series 1, 2, and 3? Have you owned one? Any desire to get one?
I have a desire to own a Series 1. I really do. I think they're so classy. But I wouldn't sneeze at one of these either. A Jag is a Jag, and this one has all the right pieces. Maybe I'd rather have the 4-speed, but it's got factory air and the beautiful wire wheels. And the color scheme, the white with that biscuit interior, sweet.
Bill, this is a car, I feel like so many times when I've seen them, the exhaust has usually been replaced, but it is almost always sagging and a little bit too low, right? It's as if they got the parts but didn't totally understand how to make it have that sort of a factory fit and finish.
I know exactly what you mean, because we go back a few years, and from the factory, the exhaust pipes are mounted just a little bit lower, not that one. They're snug right up.
Right, yeah, and so many times you see those ones that would have been lower. Some muffler shop replaced them at some point. They just seem to get lower and lower with the car's age.
Yeah.
Gravity is not your friend.
No,
that's for sure.
Megan has the high bid on the internet, and $70,000 will end up buying that Series 3 from
Strong
1974.
money.
All right, we'll put that in the sold column and take a look at this custom-built 1963 split-window coupe, Bill.
Yeah, this is a Grand Sport replica. That's what they were going for. And not all of it replicates the original 63 Grand Sport that accurately. It just has enough on there to kind of make you think Grand Sport, but no expense spared in the build. A 600 horsepower big block there with 540 cubes, 5-speed automatic, 4-wheel disc brakes. It's got vintage air in there, and there you see kind of like that Grand Sport profile with the fender flares inside. Nothing like the original Grand Sport there. That's a super plush interior. And they invested, are you ready, over $300,000 in building that Corvette.
Interesting, the pieces that they've used. 63 split window, but it's got a 67 big block hood. There you see the 9-tooth grill there
Out
from
of
an
a
early
C1.
C1. Yeah.
And I think those might have actually been Corvette Grand Sport wheels that they use on there. That car had a lot of cool things going on to it, but my guess is maybe that 63 originally had something that happened to it, may have damaged a little bit, and they said, okay, rather than try to fix that, let's go something wild with it. And a cool car, but the bid goes on.
Yeah, took some liberties. Overall package, though, the finished product is just eye-catching.
It sure is. Well, it reached a max of $120,000, and that's where it will wind up for today. In the meantime, a 1955 Chevy 210, you hear the air horn in the background, 2 of them, phone bidders on this car.
Yeah, from a highly sophisticated, complicated build into a fairly simple treatment of a Chevy 210 sedan. Classic 327 power. Boy, I'll tell you, back in the day, you put your 327 small block in a 55 Chevy, and you would get a lot of looks from people. That was the preferred engine swap. 4-speed manual, too, with a 9-inch rear end with Positraction. But simple but effective.
All right, 55. Yeah, if you wanted that look, but couldn't afford the Bel Air package, the 210 was your next best bet.
You got it, 55 grand.
Yeah, the 327 was the go-to engine when I was a teenager, when people were building their 55.
I think that would be another great band name, Simple But Effective.
Yeah.
How are they? Well, like their name.
'67 Chevelle Super Sport.
Yeah, this has got that base 396, 325 horsepower. All Chevelle SS's had the 396 back in '67. 4-speed, yep, power steering and brakes. That color, we see it a million times as you look at the engine there. Marina blue with a blue interior and an aluminum radiator. Very nice. Pioneer stereo in there with a CD player and Riddler wheels. Not an expensive build, but you know what? You spend the money in the right place, and you take your time and install it right, and you get a car like this.
Rutledge, simple but effective.
That's right. I thought those Riddler wheels on there, that's a nice touch. Again, they just wanted to change it up, do something a little bit different. Don't go crazy. Don't go wild and detract the value, but do something that's subtle and adds to it. They did a nice job.
Yeah, they did.
Front discs on this one. They left the drums in the back.
And the reserve has been lifted.
57 pounds, sir. 57, 57, 58, 58 pounds and under internet. 57 pound under, 58 pounds and out of bed. 7-8, high negative, 58 pounds and out of bed, down, 58 pounds and last call, 59, 59.
Sir, all right, let's walk. Thank you.
Take a look here on S197.
And that'll do it. $58,000. Very cool.
Yep.
Easy add to anybody's collection. Okay, Rutledge had this 71 Chevelle at the beginning of the show, Pro Touring all the way, Bill.
Yeah, and before we take a look at the top side, I'm anxious to show you the underneath of this car. We love doing this, by the way. It's easy enough to detail the top of the car, but when you have the chassis and the suspension, the exhaust system, there you see the gas tank there, all perfectly installed, clean, show-worthy. The floor pans, as you can see, free of any schmutz. Now you've got something that's worth showing people. Now that we've seen the bottom, we'll go to the rest of it. 454 big block engine, Phytech fuel injection system with a camshaft from Performance Engineering. 200 R4 automatic transmission with adjustable lockup, and ooh, we're going to come up short on this one.
Hey, it's too bad, guys. That they called the Sinister 71. Those forge lines on there, 19s up front, 20s in the rear. Chris, that's a 305 tire in the back.
I love the look of this car. Sinister is a great word for it, and the 71 will always be my favorite Chevelle year and also hold a special place in my heart. 71 Malibu was the very first car we ever did on overhauling.
How cool is that?
90 grand was the top bid on that Chevelle, and Bill, love to get your take on this 65 Mustang. It is a GT350 replica and then some.
Yeah, but what it has for power is definitely far beyond what Carroll Shelby was dealing with back in 1965. A 460 horsepower Coyote. And that's kind of a broad-shouldered engine, and they got it dropped right in there. They also upgraded the suspension. 65 GT350 would have had a 4-speed. This has a 6-speed Tremec T56. Tony Branda, one of the all-time great Shelby aftermarket parts providers. That has one of his branded tachometers and pods in there. Willwood power brakes. Subframe from Chassis Works, so there is a lot more going on here than just making this look like a GT350. They have definitely upgraded quite a bit of that car.
I love that custom tack you're talking about that people made. It's cool because finally there's a tack that got your eyes up. So many times people hide a tachometer in a place where you shouldn't be looking as you're going forward, but this car is obviously meant to rip, Bill.
Early Shelbys, that's where they put them. That has the pod. They didn't all have the pods. Some of them were just kind of naked sitting up there. And the Mecum auction in Harrisburg, Pennsylvania continues. Hope you're enjoying it as much as we are as we switch on over to the block and we see a 1997 Viper GTS Coupe. We had a 96 earlier. These cars are pretty much identical in terms of appearance and stats and specs. 450 horse V10, 6-speed manual transmission. The only way to really tell a 96 from a 97 from the outside is to go around to the back of the car and take a look at the license plate enclosure. And if the white stripes are broken, as it goes behind the license plate, that's a 97 and 96 cars. Those stripes continued all the way down. And the standard equipment, it's all you got. Nothing in the way of options on these cars. They had factory air, Alpine stereo, tilt steering column, power windows, locks, and those beautiful polished alloy wheels.
One of my favorite things about the Viper is that they never offered it in an automatic transmission. You had to know what you were doing with 3 pedals if you wanted to drive a Viper.
And always a 10-cylinder engine.
High bid on the Viper from 97, $70,000.
Which I believe was the hammer price on the 96.
Let me look that up, but I think you're right.
I think
actually.
it is. Yep.
Hey, while I'm doing that, feast your eyes on this outstanding 62 Fury convertible, huh?
This is kind of a rare treatment, isn't it, Chris?
For sure, yeah. I previewed this one yesterday, and it's great to see what they've done under the hood here because, as you say, it is unusual. It's got the twin 4-barrel Edelbrocks there with that very low-profile air cleaner on there. It is a 440. The interior is custom done here and very comfortably so. Push-button trans on these, which is always cool. Aftermarket Moon Eyes tack up on the dash there, as well as a modern entertainment system. So this thing's a cool, low-profile cruiser. I love the big, beefy tires in the back that are wrapped around those black Steelies and the poverty caps. Really good look.
I like that they changed the interior on this one, guys, because it's not the prettiest interior of the cars of that era, and the car itself is just funky enough that why not do something cool, something special, make it unique? That looks great.
Yeah, it does. And, you know, Paul Atkins did that interior. That's a name that a lot of folks are familiar with. They've been doing custom interiors on everything for so long, and I love the quality of their work.
Okay, $70,000, the high bid on the Fury. Bill, you are spot on. That 96 GTS Viper a little while ago sold at $70,000, right on the money.
Yep.
Good to you, man.
Thank you.
73 Corvette convertible.
Yeah, 454 with a 4-speed. Remember, the 454 was getting phased out the following year. 74 the last year, get a big block on that Corvette, but I love the fact that this has a 4-speed manual. Most Corvettes at this time period in the C3 generation, you're seeing more and more automatic transmissions, and this one will not sell at $25,000.
So we'll let a 65 Mustang roll up into the middle of the red carpet.
Factory A code. That is a 289 with a 4-barrel, 225 horsepower. Great detailing on this Mustang too. Let's take a close look at this, huh? Right underneath. Beautiful sanitary engine compartment. Not a lot of bright work there, but it's clean. And that is the correct air cleaner. Chrome valve covers. This one has factory air. Style steel wheels with red line tires with a red exterior. Let's look inside there. You see the air conditioning, one of those big air conditioning units under the dashboard, as big as a Kelvinator, side-by-side refrigerator. That's the way they did it back then.
My Mustang was air conditioned like that, and you always had to, you know, watch out for your shin when you were moving your legs around in there. But how about that Fastback design? Just one of the greatest lines in automotive design history. They just nailed it. Makes you just really wonder why they ever made the notchbacks, because the Fastbacks are so beautiful and so popular.
Yeah, the formal roof line preceded the Fastback, and that's the one everybody wanted as soon as they were able to get one.
Okay, $45,000. The bid goes on that 65 A code Mustang. And in 66, we get to check out a K code Mustang. We hadn't had one of these in a while, Bill.
Can't remember the last time we did. Once again, that K code means the 289 with 271 horsepower. And that engine bay is just as clean as the one we just saw. This one with a 4-speed manual. That other Mustang earlier had the automatic. This has had exhaust headers added to it, and SSBC 4-wheel disc brakes, and I always rave about those too. They really do a great looking brake system. Rally pack too, that's the accessory gauges you could get from the factory. Wood grain steering wheel and a Hurst. You see it, the T-handle shifter on there.
Well, a code from 65. Bid goes on at $45,000. Exact same number for this Mustang GT K-Code edition.
Yeah, we've got some Gen 1 Mustangs lining up, but bid goes on.
We welcome you back to Harrisburg at the Pennsylvania Farm Show Complex and Expo Center. That's the State Farm booth. Great Camaro in here, by the way. It is time for our State Farm moment of the day. State Farm offering surprisingly great rates that fit any budget. Well, let's take a look at this 1956 Chevy 3100. That's metallic blue, lots of it. Saddle interior, great bed treatment, terrific wheel and tire package. Oh yeah, small block Chevy V8, automatic transmission and overdrive. Lots of goodies on this truck, and $60,000 was the hammer price. And after really staying put for quite a while, that gentleman's patience was paid off. And she was overjoyed too. That's a lot of fun. A big sigh of relief. And they got it on video. So did we. $60,000. Our State Farm moment of the day. Here's a 2019 Corvette Z06 build that is just hammered for $67,000.
Yeah, we've had several of these today, and I never tire of them. 650 horse, 6.2 liter supercharged LT4. This one with the 8-speed automatic transmission, as we said goodbye to the C7 generation.
Well, I think we have had our fair share of 68 Corvettes here the last couple days, actually. More than usual. Here's another one.
Yeah, but this one is pretty special. This is our first L71 68 Corvette with a 435 horse, 427. That's the matching numbers drivetrain. It's also got the Muncie 4-speed. They've had to do some work to the engine. The externals, some of it original, the rods, pistons, cam, and crank. However, new valve guides and new solid lifters. They've been replaced. Elsewhere, new clutch, resurfaced flywheel. So a lot of the maintenance items have been replaced. And some of the other things that would eventually need to be refurbished, it's already been done. Original black interior. It's got the telescopic steering column. That's an option. Positive traction with the F41 suspension. And the bumpers and valve covers and air cleaner, they've all been re-chromed. So mechanically and cosmetically, this Corvette's pretty much had everything done.
And a high bid on it at $50,000.
Interesting to note that 1968, of course, is the first year of the C3 Corvette. They still were working out a little bit of the bugs in the interior. They got some owner-operator feedback and actually redesigned some of the door panels, give the driver a little bit more room in there in the 1969 version.
Yes, that car really had a little QC issue there when it first came along.
Here's a Bentley Continental GTC from 2007.
Opulence, oh, that does not describe that car completely, man. Wow, huh? Formerly owned by country music singer John Rich. He traveled in style. This sapphire blue 07 GTC has the 552 horsepower W12. And it's got twin turbos hanging off that 12-cylinder engine.
Is this where they got the phrase, save a horse, drive a Bentley? Bill, is that where that comes from?
Scott?
No.
No.
Riding up and down Broadway, I'm owed Stud Leroy. I think he was talking about the car.
Yep. Well, all I know is all hat, no cattle. That's about how much I know.
Well, amazing that car is, 18 years old because it looks as new as the design coming out today. The staying power of the Bentley design is amazing.
We've said it. I tell you, to own that car, you can tell people it's brand new and they'll be convinced.
And it went for $62,000. Okay, here is the 2012 Local Motors Rally Fighter. Who wants this one first?
Oh, I'll take it, guys. This is a fun one. I got a chance to drive one of these around because we had one on Top Gear back in the day. It's got a LS3 in here right up underneath here. This was built in Chandler, Arizona by the now defunct Local Motors. And the idea was, let's make something that is lifted. It's on big tires, but not insane. Let's make it fast. It's essentially like a lightweight lifted Camaro. They use lots of different parts of those. Are door handles from a 92 to 95 Honda Civic. The taillights are from a little bit later Honda Civic, but it's all about getting the power down, going to have fun, and you can really go rip these anywhere. One of the former employees of Local Motors bought a lot of the different jigs and the parts that they had left over, so you can actually still get parts for these. But a custom Fox suspension, this thing was meant to really be a rally car that you could go rip on and still have AC.
Was this some kind of chassis that they put everything on? Did it start like a donor frame?
No, it was all proprietary.
All proprietary,
that they made.
okay.
Yeah, and it's a bummer Local Motors didn't stick around long. You know, they were only around for a few years, but sold these as street legal cars. Chris, they were so fun to drive.
Yeah, windshield wipers, side view mirrors. It's all you need, right?
13 years old. Any idea how many of those finally were built?
Oh, that's a great question. I don't know the answer to that. My friend Kevin bought one in Chicago, had it a few winters, and then sold his. But boy, what a fun ride.
1967 Mustang custom resto mod here.
Well, you know, you want to talk about movie cars. This may be one of the most notorious ones that we've ever seen. Of course, it's not one of the ones from the movie, but, you know, the Eleanor, it became a cultural phenomenon. This one, 393 stroker in it. Of course, it has all of the exterior cues that we saw in the movie car. And a Tremec TKO 5-speed manual transmission. Alcantara suede headliner and other soft surfaces inside have been all restitched. A lot of work went into that car. It's going to sell.
It did sell, 95 grand. Didn't take long to get there either.
Well, right up the ladder.
Less than 60 seconds.
Whoa.
I see what you did there.
Yes, that was gone in 60 seconds. So Scott Hoke.
Next up from 1977, F-250 camper special from Ford.
Well, from movie land fantasy to something very practical. This 1977 Ford 250 has the 460, the big 460 V8. That would be an engine that would also find its way into the Lincoln Continental. This is a matching numbers example too. Got a deluxe body report, trace its history, and it has that Class C Explorer package.
And some of the camper bills, I'm so sorry to interrupt, some of the camper specials, you know, sometimes they would have extra access doors or tool doors. This one was late enough that it did not have that, but it was meant that it could either literally pull a camper, it could have a slide-in camper behind it that had sort of the cab-over experience, but these were very popular models when people were really getting out there and enjoying the roads.
Yeah, we'd see those with the slide-in campers in the back as well. Very popular for a while. Loaded with options too. One of 14 produced in this paint and trim combination, by the way.
32,000. Still working on it.
Yeah, this truck hasn't been sitting around a lot. It's got over 71,000 miles on it.
Making it to 35.
Had some use.
Yeah, 38. I don't know if it's going to go to 38. Okay.
All right, high bid here at $32,000. Hey, let's talk about a Challenger convertible next from 1971. This has kind of gotten a bump up in the engine room.
Yeah, certainly has. Yeah, sorry, N-code car coming out of the factory, which means it would have been equipped with a 383. It's been bumped up to would be known as a V-code, that 440 plus the 6-pack on there. I'm looking inside and I'm seeing, yep, the pistol grip 4-speed transmission. So that's quite the combination, Bill. Highly desirable, especially in a convertible.
You're right. And you know, Chris, we have seen kind of like this engine shell game here on Mopars today. Born with this, now it has that. But you know, the 383, the 440, and even the Hemi, their exterior dimensions really weren't that different. So that lends to being able to do those engine swaps.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing you really have to be concerned about is if you're going to put in a 426, you want to make sure it's got the proper K-member to handle all of that power that's coming out of there. But you're right. I mean, plenty of engine room to stick it in there.
Yeah.
Of course, these are unibody designed cars, so when you're doing a restoration like this, I guess you'd call it a rotisserie restoration or a nut and bolt. You'd be incorrect if you called it a frame off.
Yes, if you want to be technically correct.
Okay, and this one's yours too?
Well, 90,000 will be just a touch short of the mark on the Challenger. Same kind of situation here on the next car, but here's the clue for you. Beautiful looking car. It's a 1970 Plymouth Barracuda, which tells you from the factory that it was not a performance engine car originally equipped.
Correct. I mean, if it had been a CUDA from the factory, it would have either had the 440 or the 426 under the hood. I'm looking at the VIN. Fifth character is a G, which means this car rolled out with a 318 under the hood. Getting a look at the transmission. This is a, can't quite see it. Where is it? Looking around, the driver's knee is blocking me. I can't see if it's a, well, it's an automatic, but it's not on the column, so it's floor shift automatic. Trying to get a look at the center console to see if that's stock or not. But yeah, rally wheels on this. Of course, the high impact color there.
Yeah,
they're plum crazy.
Chris, they're calling it violet metallic FC7.
Well, I guess it would be Plymouth would be in violet, yeah, in this purple. So it actually does look a little darker than your traditional in violet, but it's, it says plum crazy on the consignment sheet, which is incorrect because that would be the Dodge name for the purple color, right?
And guys, again, we're seeing a car that's been modified, bringing the kind of money that gets it fairly close to where an original one, at least in the same zip code, maybe not the same neighborhood, but it's close.
Well, sure, yeah, because it's a 426. Another interesting touch on the shaker hood here, which is normally that argent silver. It looks like it's been done with the Organosol paint that's found on the AAR CUDA and the Challenger TK.
Real easy. No one else can outbid you or underbid you. You raise your bid to 135, we slam it, sold to you, done deal.
132.5.
No one else can bid. If you raise your bid to 135, it's sold to you.
Well, and let me say, for a non-convertible factory G car, a 318, this is huge money.
Oh, mega money. Yes, sir.
135 once.
Yep.
Sold 135. Sold.
Right.
Turned it
And the Mecum rule in effect, and it goes to the phone bidder at 135,000.
Thank you, sir. Enjoy the rest of your day.
I just want to say, a CUDA would have a 440 or a Hemi. AAR CUDA.
340, yeah, sorry, 340.
340,
yeah,
right.
with a six-pack, yep.
That could have been one of those CUDAs. Starting at 340 and going up. Anything below that would be the Barra.
Yes, yeah. But, of course, the AAR CUDA was a very low production one-year-only car, so.
Kudos to you, Chris, for explaining that.
My favorite Mopar.
Here's a 69 Roadrunner. Let's see what's going on with this one as we open the bidding at 60 grand.
Yeah, no hocus pocus with the engine. That's the 383 cubic inch 335 horsepower engine. However, you got that Holly Sniper fuel injection on it. Rebuilt 727 torque flight as well. The rotisserie restoration recently completed. The 323 gears out back and the 8 3/4 inch rear end. Got vintage air in there. Undercarriage beautifully detailed. The original bill of sale goes along with the car, along with some other paperwork as well. And the 8-track tape player, the 8-track tape player. How many 8-track tapes have been eaten over the years by the 8-track tape player?
Yes, indeed, man.
Yep, they didn't perfect that technology.
The fifth dimension is the 8-track of choice for this green 69. And what an unusual color. This is much brighter than that Mopar green. And against that white interior, it's been a long time since I've seen a white interior like this with even a white horn ring and steering column. Very unusual.
I'd describe this car as the dawning of the age of Aquarius.
Oh, wow.
the age of Aquarius.
Okay, well, we had 62.
You need to go on a Stone Soul picnic there, buddy.
It's hard to pull out a Fifth Dimension reference. You'll thank me later.
We are back in Harrisburg, getting set to move into our final hour. Bill Stevens, 1937 Lincoln Zephyr 3-window coupe. What is it about the Zephyr that somehow seems to lend itself to so much customization and then bring big bucks generally?
Big bucks, yeah.
What is it?
Well, look at the construction on this. You know what? I don't know the answer to that question, but I can tell you that there are certain builders out there that will build what's called an odd rod instead of a hot rod. And they start with something that's a little outside the box. And the Zephyr, you know, Cadillac had the LaSalle, Lincoln had the Zephyr. Not cars that are particularly famous when it comes to their history, but now they're getting a second life as hot rods like this one.
Yeah, they always seem to command a lot of attention. $70,000, the high bid on that Zephyr. As I mentioned, 1 hour to go, and in just a few short weeks, we will be out west in Monterey, the Central California coast, with our coverage from Mecum Monterey, the Del Monte Golf Course there. And we will have coverage starting on August 15th here on ESPN+. Do not miss it. There's going to be a fantastic lineup out there, as usual. 1939 custom Chevy pickup truck. You're getting a look at the power hood moving into place here, slowly but surely.
Is this a Mecum auction or the SEMA show?
Sometimes, yeah, it could be either.
Oh, man,
That's even slower and more dramatic than the 67
the
Corvette.
Yes. Oh, but what a build. Oh, so much money and time went into this truck. It's got a C5 Corvette LS1 that would have 350 horsepower. Corvette 6-speed manual, custom fabrication everywhere from top to bottom and bumper to bumper. Body work, a lot of smoothing.
Reserves off, by the way, Bill.
Oh, my. Preparing it for that beautiful black cherry paint.
I mean, Bill, you know, if they're using the manual transmission from that C5, they're using the torque tube. This whole suspension setup that they have in his, I got to check it out. It is so well done, so nicely laid out, and the reserve's off, and it sells, Scott. How about that?
90 grand.
Oh, for a fraction of what that build cost.
For sure.
Kind of reminds me of that 41 Ford pickup we had a number of years ago, I think in Houston, that ended up selling for $210. I mean, just went to the moon. Had a similar look with a Coyote power plant.
Yep.
But that whole mode, that whole idea.
That truck sat right inside the main entrance, and people couldn't walk by.
You remember it.
I do.
Crazy. Okay, 72 Chevelle. It's got Super Sport badging. I think those have been added, Bill. Bid at $50,000 here.
Yes, Detective Hoke, you are correct on that. That's not a real Super Sport, but you can't fault any of the build on this car. Yow! LS powered 6-speed manual. That's a custom gray paint job that has been beautifully prepared for paint. Multi-stage clear coat, custom red leather interior, suede headliner, all the right stuff. Bare 4-wheel disc brakes.
It may not be an SS, Bill, but it sure is super sport.
Well said.
Yeah, nice intro wheels in front of bare brakes all the way around.
Yep.
Great paint, custom interior, really good looking car.
Billet Specialties did the wheels, those 5 spokes. Gives you a good look at those bare calipers in there too.
High bid here, $50,000. Next up, right behind it, 2023 Camaro ZL1.
Oh, those are magical suffixes right there. The ZL1 on the Camaro. This one with the 650 horse 6.2, which you'd also find in the Z06 Corvette. Supercharged engine. Oh, and the torque on these things will pull like crazy. 6-speed manual. This has a bunch of extras, magnetic ride control. They put Brembos on there, the Brembo disc brakes and StabiliTrak, electronic limited slip differential. That is a fast car. That is fire.
Yeah, that LT4 has really become a legendary engine for Chevrolet. It's amazing. They've used it in so many different models and just always high performance.
Well, the ZL1, again, going back to 1969, that all-aluminum 427, they built 69 of those. And boy, whenever we get one of those at a Mecum auction, which does not happen very often, wow, I'll tell you, time stands still.
It's going to do it. 63. Oh, no, it's for sale. Got like 4 guys looking.
Reserves off.
Hey, Scott?
Yes.
Camaro is gone.
Don't remind me.
What are they doing?
No?
Yeah, that's just, I mean, I thought about that when I introduced this car. There's one more model year after this, 2023, but my gosh, it's amazing.
Yeah, it is. You know, I wasn't that great about Pontiac going away or Plymouth or Mercury, but the Camaro, ow, that one hurts.
Yes, indeed. I'm right with you there. $65,000 bought that Camaro, and we move now to this gorgeous 1969 Rally Green Roadrunner, everybody.
Yeah, beautiful car. This is the H code, I believe. Yep, that is the high performance 440. So that's the air grabber hood, N96, exact same setup as if it was a Dodge. It'd be called the Ram Charger. There's a big pumping 4-barrel carburetor under that air cleaner. This one's backed up by a 4-speed manual transmission. Looks like it's within a custom center console there. In fact, the entire interior has been customized, leather, green stitching, and a cool Roadrunner embroidered in the back as well.
So, Chris, the trim tag or the VIN or whatever tells you it's a 440?
Well, the VIN would tell me it's a 440.
It's a 383.
Sorry.
I knew you knew that.
Yes, I apologize. 383 high performance. I misspoke when I said 440. Yeah.
Okay.
This is one of those cars actually that is exactly as we see it, and it's all correct. You didn't do an engine swap or a different color.
And we've talked a lot about the different air induction systems. That hood's so cool. We can see there perfectly. Those long red kind of mesh slits is how the air gets into that system that you showed us, Chris. So
correct.
Cool.
Yep. It's same trim tag on both the Dodge and the Plymouth, both known as the N96, as well as the Shaker hood is known as an N96 also.
By the way, the bid goes on at $60,000 on that car.
Good catch there, Bill. Apologize to my Mopar fans out there.
And a 2016 Shelby GT350 is going to sell. We're at 43.
Oh, these cars are angry at the world. Oh, are they a nasty customer. 526 horsepower. Flat plane crank Voodoo V8. Oh, we could talk about that for hours. Tremec 6-speed. They sound great. They handle. They accelerate. They corner. Creature comforts too. Dual zone air and stuff like that. Heated, cool seats. But it's all about what that car is capable of.
Found a new owner today too. 43 grand. Here's a little 1962 Chevy 2 Nova convertible. Custom.
Yeah, conservative custom, but well done. 350 automatic, power steering, front disc brakes, also power assist. They put a new convertible top on it, upgraded the gauges, American racing wheels. You know, kind of the common modifications that we see on regular occasion. Won't be a lot of money. Let's see the torque thrust 2s there. Get closer to 30 if the bid goes on, desk, and someone will buy that.
Yeah. High bid here, 20. All right, so let's move to the next customer here, and it is also a Chevrolet. Hey, Bill, can you believe the Camaro is gone?
You're mocking me.
No, I'm just... I'm feeling your pain, man.
Yeah, we all are. Hey, I think we should have a shootout. Let's bring back that Hennessy Camaro and pull it up next to this one. This is a Yanko Stage 2 with 1,150 horsepower out of the 6.8 liter supercharged V8. Yow. It's had all of the custom upgrades that they offer. The name Yanko still lives today. And Don Yanko, I think he would even shake his head at what some of these cars are capable of that bear his name. Wow. I go through it here. I'll just try to hit some of the high points. 6-speed manual, electronic limited slip differential. You see the jet black outside, matching black interior. The cooling system all upgraded, has an oil cooler, outboard radiators to keep that 6.8 liter engine from cooking itself, transmission cooler, differential cooler.
I gotta think Yanko would be real proud to know that his legacy is continuing on, especially with over 1,000 horsepower. That's absurd.
Yes, it is.
You know, and speaking of Yanko and legacy, there is going all the way back to Don's early career. A Yanko Stinger is going as part of Larry's legacy in Chicago in September.
Yeah, it's a real one. Not a replica.
$110,000. This one at no reserve.
Yep. Odometer shows 788 miles.
I don't know if I told you a few weeks ago, I drove from Indy to Pittsburgh area for the U.S. Open at Oakmont, and I drove through Canonsburg, PA, the home of Don Yanko's shop back in the day. I've been there before. It's cool. It's a pretty cool piece of history just to be on that property.
Is his shop still memorialized on that property?
It's there, but it's not a car shop anymore. Apparel, I think, clothing, and maybe some motorcycles in the back.
Got it.
All right, 2014 Camaro Z28. This one will also sell at no reserve.
More hot Camaros. This one with 505 horsepower, a 7-liter LS7. Find that in earlier vintage Z06 Corvette. 6-speed manual, limited slip diff. AC also has a special speaker package for the premium sound. Performance exhaust, great sound to that. The Brembo brakes, 19-inch forged aluminum wheels in that black finish. Ready to go out and intimidate somebody.
Well, I'm glad I got you. No problem, Larry. Hope you're doing well, buddy.
This one shows 1,800 miles on the odometer. This is barely broken in.
What's that? No, he put us in at 70.
Well, you got 70. Okay, asking 75. Ryan, 75. I got 70 bids, 75. 70 bids, 75. 70 bids, 75. Last count, 70, 75, and
You got it, my friend. Congratulations.
There you go. No reserve. Modern Z28, 70 grand.
With a 400 small block and custom interior.
Next up is C10 pickup truck from 1972. You can clearly, well, you can't from that angle because the seats are in the way, but you can get a look at the wheel and tire package. That kind of gives you a little bit of a hint about what might be going on.
Yeah, not a radical custom, kind of a conservative custom. 400 cube small block with a custom intake. You saw that.
Bill, when you say conservative, you mean a 20 by 16 rear wheel?
Yeah, maybe the rear wheels are not conservative, but we look at the rest of the truck.
You're right. This was really tastefully done, and one of your favorite colors, I assume, Viper Red.
Viper Red.
It's got a great cam on this thing, but it's funny when you look at this truck, it doesn't look nutty until you see that rear end setup, obviously narrow to run that 20 by 16 rear wheel, Chris.
I wish that bed cover was off so we could see the tub job that's been done.
Oh, it's got to be
the rear there.
The bid goes on at $55,000 for that pickup truck, and now the final GTO, the last of 9 that we've had here today. This from 1967.
in Buccaneer red, black interior, but ooh, that is not what you think it might be. You see multiple carburetors up there, but this is a 464 cubic inch Pontiac 389 that's been bored to within an inch of its life with 536 horsepower. Also the Muncie M22 Rock Crusher 4-speed, 12-bolt rear end with 373 gears, and we get a look at that rear end, I think, as we sneak. Yeah, there we go. There it is, 373 Detroit locker, which is rather rare in a street car. And there's the rest of the chassis. Wow. Clean and mean.
Man.
Huh?
I got 3 words for this car. Stance, stance, stance.
Oh, that too.
Wow, is it good.
Yep.
Just that little bit of rake from back to front. Those aftermarket wheels that mimic the period correct one wrapped up in the red line tires. What a great setup.
Yeah, it looks hungry, doesn't it?
The high bid here at $67,000 for the 67 GTO, and I got to think too, you know, as much as of a Pontiac guy and a purist a little bit that JK was, he would have been more than okay with that big cube high horsepower engine on board this car.
Yes, and made to look like a 389.
Exactly.
Without a lot of cues as to what was really happening inside of it.
Yes, indeed. Whoa, speaking of big cubes, Bill, 1964 Chevy 2 Nova.
Oh, this is obscene, and even coming from me. 572 crate motor. Yeah, came in a big crate, I'll tell you. This was done by the guys at Subway Auto Body and Gambrills, Maryland. Complete rotisserie restoration. 572 big block, GM 4L80 automatic transmission, aftermarket rear end to take all that power. Chassis works. Responsible for that front suspension. Strange engineering axles take all the power you can give them with coilover shocks. And Willwood disc brakes. Wade Lafavich of Arnold, Maryland, restitched the interior in Italian leather.
And they did an incredible job on that interior, Chris. The way that they integrated the roll cage in there, it really gives you a hint outside of that insane chop of the 572 as it was pulling up. And then you see, Chris, those rear tires.
It's self-explanatory why there is no back seat. Just look at the rear wheels. There's no room for both.
Yeah, that's not a mini tub.
Back there.
That's a full tub treatment.
Yeah, that's the maxi tub, right? The other side of the mini tub.
Jumbo tub.
That thing is gorgeous.
By the way, the classic paint from a guy by the name of Dave Kindig.
Right on. Shout out to Dave and his boys at the shop. Well done, guys.
Nice. More coming up after a quick timeout here from Harrisburg on ESPN+.
Yeah! Woo! Yeah, baby!
Oh, that is so cool. Does your heart good, doesn't it, to watch so many happy customers here and folks who've just bought perhaps their dream car. Chris Jacobs.
Yeah, Scott, well, you know, later in his career, Carroll Shelby said, I'm taking my talents and I'm going to Dodge. And one of the results was this 1986 Dodge Shelby Charger. It's a turbocharged 2.2-liter inline 4 backed up by a 5-speed manual transmission. Now, get this. This has only got about 19,000 miles on the clock, so could qualify as a time capsule. Highly original condition. The exception of just a little bit of paintwork on the hood. It's been garage kept its entire life. Getting a look at the rear window louvers there. And those very distinct Shelby Dodge wheels. You see his Shelby name on the side there. And yeah, just a further iteration of Shelby's career as he moved into the 60s.
Yeah, you know, Chris, lightning strikes twice sometimes. Lee Iacocca was at Ford, and he called Shelby back in 1965 and said, do something with the Mustang, make it a real sports car. And we know what he did with a GT350. Lee Iacocca was at Chrysler back in the 1980s, and he called Shelby and he said, hey, I need your help again. And that's why we see cars like this.
Yeah, and I said 60s. Of course, I meant into the 80s that Shelby's moving in, but it's going to come across the block in just a couple cars, guys.
Yeah, okay, Chris. And by the way, I don't know if it was intentional, but that sounded almost like a LeBron James reference from when
it absolutely was.
Yes,
it
that's
absolutely was.
That's why I laughed. I wasn't laughing at you. I thought that was hysterical.
I knew you caught the reference.
I'm taking my talents to South Beach. Oh, that was legendary. Okay, here is a 67 custom Camaro, Bill, for right now $45,000.
Oh, another high horsepower vintage Camaro. This is 67 with a 355 in it at 500 horsepower, Edelbrock fuel injection. Got a bigger cam in it, Muncie 4-speed. That's matrix gray metallic on the outside. They've made modifications on the body, very subtle, but still just a very clever way of updating the appearance of that 67 Camaro. Willwood power disc brakes. They've mini tubbed the rear end. We're just talking about mini tubs, so they get a little bit more rubber underneath there. And Dana 60 rear end too. Very well thought out.
That color lays really nicely on that car, Bill, to your point. Wow.
Yeah, it does.
It might look white on your TV at home or your computer, whatever you might be streaming us on, but that's, what do they call that? Matrix gray?
Matrix
metallic?
gray.
It's almost that chalk color that you see on late model Porsches. It's really close to that.
It's a small block with a 4-speed and no air conditioning.
Okay, the high bid. Well, they may still be working on it.
I think they are.
Nice paint on it,
Okay.
some nice wheels on it. It doesn't make a $50,000 car. 42. Close deal, $42,000.
45, bro. 45 grand. Hey! 3! 40,500. Same as 45. 40,500.
I'm not checking for 45. I'll write you a check for 40,500. Same as getting 45.
All right, good deal. Reserves off.
Give me 44. Got it. Now 500. David again. 4, 500. David again.
45. 45.
45. Last call, he won it. 44 spin. 45. Yep. 45. 46 on the car on the block. 45.
I got 45, 46.
Let's go. Congratulations, guys. That was a good buy. That was nice. He wanted so much more. Yeah, over 100.
Of that Camaro, $45,000 just bought it.
Another one of those bargains
awesome,
that puts the smile on all the bidders' faces.
We have a 2023 Dodge Challenger Swinger now on our red carpet. One of these last call swingers.
Yeah, probably one of the lesser known last call cars, the Swinger White Knuckle package. One of 1,000 last call Challenger swingers that they built. This has the 392 Hemi in it. Naturally aspirated. This is not one of those supercharged battle wagons, so we're talking maybe 475 horsepower. Torque Flight 8-speed. The RT Scat Pack wide body package is on this car with the Swinger Special Edition package as well. And as you can imagine, the color is white knuckle.
And a really nice setup for these swingers. We saw that sort of tail stripe, but the way they match with the wheels, that's kind of a greenish, goldish, depending on how the light hits its stripe. But the wheels aren't quite bronze, right? They're just a shade in between bronze and silver, but such a nice color combo.
Yeah, it's that champagne color
Champagne.
you're talking about.
Yes.
Yeah. You know, guys, I got to say, it is a buyer's market for the SRT world these days. I mean, this is a great price for this car.
Yeah, if it sells where it is right now, you're right. Less than 50,000 to have a real bona fide last call car. Super low mileage too.
No, it's
less than 30 miles on it, according to the odometer.
Oh, okay. Good to know that.
Yeah.
I'll do 44,000 net. Check for 44. Do that. Reserves off.
All right, Clint, well done.
Now this does not have a trans brake, but it does have that factory installed line lock, which locks up the front wheels, and so that you can load the rear wheels. You can just ride the clutch a little bit, or with this, with the automatic, you can just kind of feather the brake and rev it up, and the light turns green, let go of that launch button, and whoop, you're out of here.
All right, we move from the last call swinger to the 86 Shelby Charger. Chris brought it almost all the way to the block here for us. Bill, I'll let you take it from here because I know you know these cars very well.
Yeah, I do. I had a GLH Turbo and a GLHS. That was the intercooled GLH Turbo back in the day, and I used to autocross and solo and did rather well with those cars. These are not to be disrespected, I'll tell you, for that 2.2 turbo engine. They can get up pretty quickly. 5-speed manual, odometer reads just over 19,000 miles. And we just don't see these very much anymore. They kind of have gone underground. Either they've wound up under the blue tarp of indifference, or they wound up in the boneyard or wherever. But at the time, Shelby did magic with these little 2.2-liter inline fours.
And with that, we will break away here and get set for our final 30 minutes of today's telecast and this entire event here in Harrisburg. That is coming up after the timeout. We are back in Harrisburg. Check out what's waiting for us. 2024 Bronco Badlands edition. Lots of modifications on nearly a brand new Bronco. They've been a hit. They've been a hit regardless.
Yes,
but when you add all this stuff on.
Yeah, what a winning streak, I'll tell you. This is Bronco Bill, by the way. Nice to see you. This was built by Northeast Off-Road Vehicles in Portland, Connecticut, and right down the street is F40 Motorsports.
Wayne Carini's place.
So same hometown. A lot of work on this. Oh my! You start with the engine, 2.7-liter V6. But other than that, there's hardly anything on this that hasn't in some way been modified or upgraded. $90,000 short of the mark.
Boy, yes. Yes, indeed. Quite a bit left on that one.
Yeah.
1968 Mustang is coming up right behind the Bronco. And another Eleanor replica.
Yeah, this one again, vibing that car from Gone in 60 Seconds. It became so famous so fast. 351 Windsor. We see all kinds of engine combinations in these cars. This one, a 351 Windsor with some high performance add-ons. C4 automatic transmission. It's got AC that's been added from the aftermarket, and pretty faithful to the car that Nicolas Cage and Angelina Jolie were tooling around in on the big screen.
You know, and I think these, we've discussed it before, but it's been a long time. These replicas were really kind of the genesis of the whole Resto Mod custom thing that kind of evolved afterward.
Yes, that particular category came on the tail end of this, but I would go back to the early 90s when the pro street movement came in, and suddenly we were seeing, you know, modifications on restored cars that would definitely put it in a whole different genre.
It's interesting. I think recently there was a court case where they now said that any of them can use the word Eleanor, right? Because it's now sort of in the public eye. It can't just be a specific group anymore.
Public domain, right?
Yeah, right? How wild is that?
$130,000. 120, 130, 130.
Yeah, this is usually where we see these cars bid to well into six figures. We've seen them in 428s, 427s. We've seen the electronic fuel injection on some of these cars, superchargers, any number of powertrains.
And I have to think this is one of those quintessential vehicles you love to own until you go to a gas station if you're in a hurry.
Yeah, right.
Because it's just such a conversation piece everywhere you go.
Yeah, nobody's ambivalent about these cars.
That's right.
Well, even 115 won't take it over the goal line here. So it'll go to bid goes on. And a 1988 Bronco 2 now. We see these every once in a great while, not often.
Right, and no major reworking on this one. 2.9 liter V6. There it is. The 5-speed manual transmission, 4-wheel drive. Power accessories, some AC, aluminum wheels with BF Goodrich all-terrain T8 tires. Quick work of that one.
Sure thing at only 15,000 bucks.
Wow, I was thinking 50. You said only 15. I'm thinking, wow, 15 for a Bronco 2. I think that's pretty impressive, you know?
You would have expected it to sell less?
I mean, it's because it's not the most popular. It's not a big Bronco, right? That one kind of falls in.
Sure.
You definitely had to have an emotional connection to it. It's not a high-performance car. You're not going to throw it off-road and go beat it up. It's really interesting.
I'm just saying, in a day full of 50 and 60,000 and six-figure cars, that's one that is a lot less money.
Absolutely.
Here is kind of what Ferrari was hoping for anyway, kind of the everyman Ferrari, just to kind of get you into the club, if you will.
The Ferrari experience.
Yes.
Let's go to California. 2014 Ferrari California and Tour de France Bleu. 483 horsepower, 4.3 liter V8 engine, no turbo, no supercharger, and it's not going to sell at $90K. I'm thinking it's sort of kind of semi-close to ringing the bell. We'll see what happens if bid goes on.
In the meantime, rolling up is a 1970 Dodge Super Bee
with a 440 and a torque flight. Blue outside, matching blue interior. Has that Ram Charger hood with the twin scoops. They've added headers to that 440. Also plumbing into some dual exhaust pipes. Color keyed steel wheels. You can get a good look at that engine room right now, that 440.
Yeah, that would have come out of the factory. It's an N code, which would have indicated a 383. Right. So definitely a suitable engine upgrade here.
Yeah, the RT, you'd have gotten the 440. This one not, so right.
Guys, it's got that Ram Charger set up and the matching hood to go with it here. I know Chris would love this one with that bright blue. And, of course, the Super Bee badging on there looks really good. I love the steel wheels, color matched. Mopar always did that. It seemed like more than anyone else. And it really gets results on a look like this.
White vinyl top, not everybody's cup of tea. Looks good with this, though.
Oh, I love it.
45.
Yeah.
They raised their bid to 45, 47. They're still bidding on it.
It makes you wonder if it didn't have the white stripes on there, does the white vinyl top have that same sort of pop? But together, it really teams up nicely.
Yeah.
I got 47,000 bid. I'll write you a check for 45. Does that work? Same thing as 50.
All right.
There you go.
Now the Mopar gets sold.
Bingo.
Now 2, 51. You want one? Drink up. 51. 51. 51. 50's bid. 1, 2, 52,000.
Mitch Bartunik there working with two guys close at hand.
You better get 51. You better get 2. So, $51,000.
Okay.
Now I'll bring us 247
The gentleman in the black shirt will take that one home for $51,000.
It skipped up a little bit after the reserve
It
came
sure
off.
did, yes, sir. I think, what, $5,000-6,000?
Very good.
Well, Bill, a little while ago, quite a bit ago, actually, in the program, we were talking about a Land Rover, and I said, hey, we've got one later in the day that actually came over from England. It's a right-hand drive in Rutledge Wood. You're right there. This is the one.
Yeah, this is beautiful. It's got the 2.5-liter turbo diesel in it. This one is a 5-speed right-hand drive, as you mentioned, and this one's really neat because you can see you've got the regular bench seat set up in the back, but you also have sort of your troop carrier style seats where you can get 3 people on either side in the back, so 6 in the back total, plus another 5 total up front. This is a lot of people you can carry around in here, go off-road. Maybe not at land speed records, Bill, but you'd be doing it in style.
Yep, good point.
Isn't that just so beautiful, though, Bill?
Restored in England before it made it to this country.
So
it had homeland workmanship done to it before we received it.
That's 55. Huh? 55. He said close the bid. It's going to give it an opportunity to raise those to 55.
So,
still some conversation.
Yes, there is.
54.
$54,000. And just like that, the Land Rover sells.
Good things come to those who wait.
We've been waiting for a little bit to see this Mustang Roush 427R from 2010.
Another fast car here. 427R, that actually refers to the 427 horsepower when this particular series of Roush Mustang was introduced. This one has 435, but they decided to stay with the 427R nomenclature. 6-speed manual transmission with a track pack option. White with blue, kind of has a Shelby aftertaste on it with the white and the blue.
Sure does.
I'd love to see a car like this. It's got the rear seat delete we saw in there with that big crossbar.
Yep.
That tells me this thing's made for business.
Yes. Not just for looks. Jack Rouse signed the autograph a la Carroll Shelby. Heavy duty sound system, shaker, infrastructure, big speaker package.
You're too tough.
Those are Shelby Super Snake wheels, by the way, so they poached those wheels from the Shelby guys.
A $24,000 hammer for that 2010 Roush.
Welcome back to Harrisburg. Thanks for hanging with us. About 15 more minutes in our coverage, and still some great cars to come across the block, like this 1970 Dodge Coronet RT convertible. It's a V-code. It's got the 440 plus the 6 underneath the hood, automatic transmission. Done up in that beautiful blue over white interior, 727 torque plate, automatic transmission, rally wheels, white stripe around the back, looking good and coming across the block. Now, I know I got to throw it back because Rutledge has got something cool standing by. This Skyline is right up your alley, Rut.
Oh, I do, Chris. Thanks, buddy. Yeah, this is a 1975 Nissan Skyline, the 2000 GT. This was in the Ken Mary generation is what you would call this. It's got an L20 triple carbs on there. It's got some RS Watanabes on there and 14s. It's been lowered. The cool thing about a car like this, guys, is you can have a little bit of that Nissan Skyline GTR sort of heritage and legacy, but without the crazy cost of the Hakosuka, which came later, which really when the GTR got introduced. But this would be a fun car to own, to modify, to drive too. And with the 5-speed, you can actually put some miles on it.
Yeah, I've always dreamed of having RS Watanabe wheels.
I can tell. Some of us really love the Watanabes.
I'm so glad you're with us because you can unravel so many of these things we've never even seen before.
How about one of my favorite things in such a JDM piece, Chris, is those fender-mounted mirrors.
Oh, heck yeah.
It's just such a cool thing.
Classic JDM.
Yeah, and having had a few older JDM cars with them, I will tell you this, it's a little bit hard to see. I can't lie.
Hey guys, look at this. While we have an opportunity, check this out. 72 Corvette, big block, 4-speed, factory air, Bill Stevens.
Yeah, the 454 down to 270 horsepower in 1972. But remember, people, we were changing the factory horsepower ratings in 1972. We were going with net, not gross. So in the real world, there's more power in that 454 than that rating might tell you. But yes, it is also a 4-speed Corvette. Only 1,638 of these were produced with that close ratio 4-speed. And it sells for 23. That's another bargain. I'm
really
telling
is.
you, man. Isn't
and that
it not?
Color looks great.
Elkhart
We've
green.
not seen a lot of those.
No. Big block Corvette C3, and this particular year, it's 1972. It was a pretty rare combination.
Love it, and relatively affordable too, for sure. 1970 Corvette that Chris just brought into the building for us, the RT convertible.
That's got one. Sorry, once again, we've got, it's a correct V-code car, and it is a V-code 440 plus a 6-pack under the hood. There's no indication on the consignment sheet that it is the matching numbers original drivetrain. So I got to go with the replacement engine, but of course, factory correct, so everything's okay, and that's being reflected in the price. Only 16 Coronet RT convertibles left the factory with that V-code.
Oh man, a 6-pack Coronet convertible. Oh, sign me up.
Love it.
Yeah.
High bid. Go ahead. Sorry, Bill.
Yeah, it's going to need a lot more, I think, in order to get somebody to sign off on it.
Okay, so we'll leave it at 80,000. And we'll move to the 1950 Chevy panel truck, 3100 panel truck.
Not hot rodded. Frame off restoration finished up about 5 years ago. It has the Thrift Master straight 6. Has detailed everywhere. Very well presented. Look at that. Let's sneak inside. Yeah, that's originality, I'll tell you. Now those seats, I'm going to conject, may not be no, they are the updated leather bucket seats. Okay, I knew that.
Also has an updated 4-speed transmission in there. A lot of times you see these, and I always wonder, did they keep the original sort of bed style wood in the back? And this one does have that restored inside. Beautiful, beautiful.
All right, here is a no reserve Roadrunner from 1970.
Well, there we go. N code 383 under the hood. Let's see, we got matching numbers. There we go. So at the consignment sheet tells us exactly that, and good to see. 70 pistol grip 4-speed transmission, Bill.
I'm gonna make you go back.
Tweak me. Did I get it wrong again?
Go back to the sheet and carefully read the top line.
Oh, period correct. And then matching numbers, transmission.
Yes.
You know, I see these trigger words and it just gets me.
I do the same thing.
You know what happens when you assume.
Yeah, no, I know. Plus, we have just so much time to try to hit these bullet points. So, you know, it happens.
46 is the bid, and you can see that no reserve indication there. Factory air car, regardless.
Yeah,
we know
factory
that.
air Roadrunner. Pretty good list of equipment here. Of course, the B5 blue paint is everybody's favorite. Tick-tock tack, fog lights, wood grain steering wheel.
48,000 it sold, by the way. My favorite, B7. That's Jamaica blue.
Okay, everybody but Scott's favorite color. I'll remember that.
I became a big fan of B3 blue based on that 69 Barracuda.
That's true.
I saw a sold sticker on out there now. So
really?
I believe they probably made a deal that the bid goes on.
Okay, yeah, sounds good.
Nice of you guys to work with me on that. That's very flattering.
67 Beetle.
And this is the one that Chris showed off for us just a little while ago. And one of the things I love that you point out is all of the attention to detail in making this a really cool custom. But that interior is a little bit wilder than we usually see on these, and I love it. I think it looks perfect in there.
I don't recall seeing those chrome wheels on a Bug very often.
Well, those are the kind of classic MP 5 spokes.
MP,
I've got those
right.
on my 66 double cab VW pickup at home. And it's a really versatile wheel because it's not too wild, pretty style forward, and still works within that area. But you throw some white walls on it.
Yeah.
It's kind of cool.
Yeah, and like I say, rarely do we see them come through. They look terrific.
They have decided to let this one go at $27,000. So we will break away our final break, and we'll come back to wrap up the entire weekend here from Harrisburg. Stay with us for that. What do you say we lead off our final segment, everybody, with a rundown of our top sellers today? Oh, we'll start with a tie for third, a split window coupe from 1963. That is an NCRS top flight Corvette, 340 horse, 327 with a 4-speed, and it sold for $137,500. As did a 73 Bronco, Brittany blue with Wimbledon white on top. But under the hood, that 5-liter Coyote Gen 3 V8 backed up by a 10-speed Ford automatic transmission, also $137,500. Shelby GT350 from 1968, sporting the 302 and a 4-speed. A certificate of authenticity signed by old Shell himself. Couple of Marty reports, couple of build sheets, and it brought $150,000. That sunlit gold Shelby. But our number one car today, real deal, matching numbers Hemi 69 Charger RT, bright green automatic transmission, one of one as it is equipped, listed in the Chrysler registry, and that is our top seller, $160,000. And here we go with the top 5. Listed graphically, Bill Stevens, not bad at all, huh?
That's a red, white, and blue top 5 right there. All American cars, from muscle to sports cars to even a Bronco sneaking in there.
So we will move from that, and while we have an opportunity to catch up with a few more cars, we'll do so with a 2025 Lexus LC500.
Yeah, this was their entry into the high-end exotic market. What do you think, Rod? Did you ever have a chance to pilot one of those?
I have. It's awesome. I love it. Yeah. I wish I could bid on this one. It's going to be a little bit out of my price range, but these are such beautiful cars. The sound, the driving experience, you know, it really is such a fine product that Lexus puts together. The convertible is beautiful too, but that's a great car. Basically brand new, Chris.
It is. 9 miles on the odometer. You're right.
Yeah, when Lexus first hit the market, man, they just came in huge, took a big chunk away from the Mercedes audience, and you know, ever since then they've just been putting out incredible products.
Absolutely, and they got a big new car coming that they teased at Goodwood this year, so it's going to be interesting to see what kind of GT or above level car they're going to present.
Yeah, this one is exotic all the way. 471 horsepower out of that 5-liter V8 and a 10-speed automatic transmission. You got your paddle shifters. That's called Iridium, the exterior color, with Raw red interior.
We are taking a look at the engine compartment of a 2014 Corvette at no reserve.
Yeah, we've had a couple of Z06s today from 2014. This is not the Z06. This has the 460 horsepower LT1. These have the dry sump oiling system, which is a great addition. You get more efficient lubrication, and you can lower the vehicle because you don't have a big oil pan underneath there, which limits how low you can lower the car all the way around. 7-speed manual too, like that as well, and that one is selling at $39,000.
You know, look at that. Sink that. Let that Laguna blue sink in. Corvette first unveiled that back in 1966, and I love that they carried it through to other generations. Beautiful.
I had a 66 Nassau blue back in the day. So, the color blue has been a foundational color for Corvettes forever.
Okay, Plymouth Fury 3 convertible from 1967.
Another Mopar, the Fury 3 with a 440 and a 727 Torque Flight automatic transmission. This is not going to be a pricey car. We may be getting close to the reserve right now. Let's see what happens. Some of that may be original paint or maybe an older repaint.
Or maybe both.
Or maybe both. Spot repairs here and there. Who knows? You know?
Reserve off, and that one gavels for $16,000.
Yeah, still some bargains to be found as we get toward the finish line here in Harrisburg.
Well, we have enough time still to bring you this SRT 8 Challenger from 2008.
Yeah, with a 6.1. That's a great engine. That was in my 2007 SRT 8 Jeep, and boy, it hauls. Got a Torque Flight in it. See the color scheme, classic orange with black stripes.
File this under what? 213 miles on the odometer? Did I read that right?
You have got it right. We've seen a lot of that here in Harrisburg. Super low mileage cars. And we should be getting close to a hammer price for this.
And this is getting close to a classic based on that 20-year rule, I guess. You know, so
20-year rule.
You're getting a pretty good classic car with basically delivery miles on it.
Well, that car will wrap things up for us. It ended up selling just as we are getting set to say so long. Sold for $25,000 as we put a finishing touch on everything from here in Harrisburg. Don't forget, next up for us, heading to the West Coast in 3 weeks, we'll be in Monterey, California, and our coverage begins here on ESPN Plus on August 15th. Hope you can join us for that. For Bill Stevens, Chris Jacobs, Rutledge Wood, I'm Scott Hoke. By the way, we'll welcome Danielle Trotta back in Monterey. I'm Scott Hoke saying so long. We'll see you in Monterey.
So good.
That's so impressive. Wow.
Reserve is off.
Yeah, that's how we do it. Mecum Auctions #1. Yeah.